Chapter 1464. After killing the eagle, Eteonyon quickly went to kill the bear. With one less, it would be much easier to deal with them. In particular, Heavenly Lord Li's violent power was suppressing his opponent, forcing him to retreat step by step, unable to fight back at all. However, the other party was a puppet, so it didn't know pain and continued to resist. However, under the ferocious attacks, cracks continuously appeared on its body, and it looked as if it would shatter at any moment. Break! Eteonyon flew over from the side and pierced its head with his spear, easily finishing it off. Successfully killed puppet statue giant bear. Reward: 100 compressed EXP, 100 compressed crazy point, 100 compressed SPS. Obtained Eternium. The rewards didn't change. It was still the same materials and the familiar experience points. It was pitifully little. Easily taken care of. Little junior brother, your attack is really domineering. Even such a hard head can be pierced by your spear. Truly amazing. Even Heavenly Paragon, Li felt that he was inferior. His fists were very strong, but if he wanted to smash his opponent's head with a single punch, it was still far from enough. I focused all my strength on one point, especially its weak point, which is its head. That's why I was able to pierce through it easily. The main thing is that eldest senior brother was able to help me control it. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to deal with it. Eteonyon wasn't fawning over the Heavenly Lord's strength at all. It was precisely because of the Heavenly Lord's strength, Heavenly Lord's ferocious beating, that he was able to take it so easily. Otherwise, he would have had to put in more effort. Sure enough, teamwork was much easier. Eteonyon's contribution was naturally not small. He had completely mobilized the core energies of the 5 elements in his body and gathered them all together, thus achieving the effect of easily piercing through. These statues were also included. They were a little old, and the great formations on them had deteriorated a little. Their might was far from what it used to be. Ha ha, as long as you're capable, Celestial Force laughed. Come, let's continue. Eteonyon and Mighty Sky, Heavenly Master, rushed forward. After killing the 2 statues, the door opened. After entering, they immediately saw rows of rooms on both sides. They randomly opened a door and entered, and they could see a lot of pills and weapons inside. This is also a treasure vault. It seems like we've struck it rich. Heavenly Venerate Force's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Let's split up and search. If something happens, retreat immediately. Don't be greedy." "Yes." Eteonyon nodded his head and immediately went to search the other rooms. There were some pills, some weapons, and some materials. There weren't many of them, and they were scattered on the side. This place couldn't be considered a treasure trove. When the Divine Realm War began, most of the treasures were definitely on their bodies. Some of them weren't with them, thus some of them were left behind. But to them, it was a treasure trove. These were all ancient grade materials and pills, so how could they not be precious? Eteonyon didn't stand on ceremony and took everything. In terms of weapons, they weren't heaven-defying. They were still at the superior grade, Heavenly Tao level. However, in terms of power, it far exceeded the current high-grade Heavenly Tao level. From the appraisal, there was even the word primordial behind it. Of course, this did not mean that they were all ancient items. They were definitely extraordinary items, and there were still trash items. After a period of searching, everything here was emptied, and the rest was just some garbage. This place has been cleared out. Let's change to another place. After Heavenly Venerate Force and Eteonyon gathered, they continued to explore other places. They basically searched nonstop. However, after searching a few places, the entire area was completely searched. This area is gone. Let's continue searching elsewhere. They quickly continued to search other places. There were also statues standing in other places. With their teamwork, they easily defeated them. The main reason was that their teamwork was getting better, so it was naturally easier. Following that, they continued to search, but the treasures they obtained were extremely few. It should be said that there were very few true treasures. Most of them were scattered items, and they didn't encounter a true treasure trove. This area has been cleared out. There's basically no more space left. Let's go back, Heavenly Venerate Force said. As the main roads outside had been sealed off by spatial turbulence, it was basically impossible to pass through. Therefore, there were many areas that couldn't be collected. The true treasures were clearly in the deeper areas. When they returned to their original starting point, Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others didn't return. They didn't foolishly wait here. Instead, they immediately went to the area that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others had gone to. After all, there were so many unknown areas here. Who knew if they would encounter any danger? Immediately, they went to the area that Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others were in. Along the way, they saw many guards being killed. The battle was also quite tiring. Not long after, they heard the sounds of intense fighting coming from inside. Waves of energy were constantly flowing through the passageway in front of them. There's a situation. Yi Tianyan and Heavenly Venerate Force exchanged a glance and quickly rushed forward. After passing through a passageway, they saw a human-sized statue that was roughly 7 meters tall. However, it was precisely this small statue that blocked the three of them outside. This statue was simply like a living person. Its attacks were very agile, and it constantly used amazing martial arts to force them back again and again. If Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian hadn't resisted many attacks, Heavenly Venerate Sword C, and the others would have been in danger. The situation now wasn't optimistic either. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian could barely fight this statue to a standstill. It would be a little difficult to defeat it. Yi Tianyan scanned it with his appraisal eye, and detailed information immediately appeared in front of him. Sword Guard, middle stage upper, Heavenly Venerate, has domineering sword skills that can easily kill intruders. Its body contains the owner's bloodline power, which greatly increases its power. After inspecting it, Yi Tianyan knew why it was so difficult to deal with. It turned out that this statue contained the owner's bloodline power. This way, it could use all kinds of martial arts that greatly exceeded the level of the previous statues. Just this alone was enough to stop them here. Help! Heavenly Venerate Force Sky didn't hesitate and immediately attacked, suppressing the sword guard with Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian. Junior sister, let me help you. Heavenly Venerate Force Sky shouted, and quickly went to help. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian didn't say a word. Her figure flashed, and she stood beside Heavenly Venerate Force Sky, suppressing the sword guard together. The two of them seemed to have cooperated countless times, and they were very familiar with each other. In an instant, the sword guard's attacks were greatly weakened. Chapter 1465. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and Heavenly Venerate's cooperation was perfect. It was obvious that they had worked together frequently in the past. Hence, it was much easier for them to deal with their enemies now. With every move, the sword edge guard was forced to retreat again and again. Heavenly Venerate Mighty Heavenly Venerate's violence and Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian's gentleness. These were two completely different abilities, yet they were able to perfectly fuse together. They were able to take on all kinds of attacks. Senior brother Li Tian and senior sister Yu Qian's teamwork is amazing. They are suppressing this fellow to the point where he is unable to resist at all. If this goes on, the guard will definitely be defeated. Heavenly Lord Sword Ruler retreated, Looking extremely wretched, he hurriedly consumed medicinal pills to recover from his injuries. Overall, they were still fine. It was mainly because Heavenly Venerable Yu Qian was the main combat force that he was able to sustain light injuries. The main reason was that the energy consumption was too crazy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any problems. Heavenly Venerate Long Ming's situation was much better. His body was tougher to begin with, and his recovery ability wasn't bad. So his situation was naturally much better. Just when they thought that they could easily defeat the enemy, the long sword in the hands of the sword edge guard suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. Immediately, a sword light that was more than 100 feet tall appeared and crazily danced. The crazily dancing sword gleams were able to form an extreme sword formation. At the same time, countless long swords appeared in the surroundings and attacked the area they were in. Even Tianyun and the others were included in the attack range. This guy is going crazy. Hide quickly. When Heavenly Venerable Jianxi and the rest saw the longsword, they immediately knew that this fellow was going to risk his life and activate the Grand Array to fight against the enemy. The expressions of Heavenly Sovereign Yu Qian and the others changed. These sword formations were not simple, especially since they were gathering ancient-level weapons. Their might was rather shocking. Even though it was only at the high-grade Heavenly Tao level, it was not the least bit inferior to an Empyrean Spirit Treasure level spirit sword. If a few hundred of them were to explode, it would really be fatal. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, flying swords pierced through the air, trying to destroy the intruders. They could only quickly block the flying swords that pierced through them. Dang, dang, dang. Tianyun quickly brandished the long spear in his hand, deflecting these flying swords away. Every time a flying sword attacked him, he could feel the web between his thumb and forefinger turning numb. The impact was too strong. He had to use a lot of power to resist it. He almost exploded with damage mode. This power was simply too powerful. Every strike had the might of a mid-stage or even late-stage upper Heavenly Venerate. How could they not be suppressed? This was just a puppet. If the real master came out, wouldn't he be able to easily suppress them? This was the truth. The ancient Heavenly Sovereign was no joke. He could easily crush them. Not only were Tianyun and the others pushed back, but even Heavenly Sovereign Yu Qian and the others were pushed back, unable to advance any further. With so many flying swords piercing through him, how could he easily dodge them? Especially when each one of them was so powerful. In the blink of an eye, the two Empyreans in the lead had several more wounds on their bodies that were so deep that bones could be seen. This flying sword was so sharp that even Heavenly Venerate power, and the others were easily torn apart. He's really too powerful. Tianyun felt that even if he attacked with all his might, he wouldn't be able to deal with it easily. Even with the crazy damage mode, it was still difficult to catch up to this terrifying power. After all, it was just too powerful. He couldn't keep up with it, even if he used it. Unless he improved his cultivation level, he might have a chance to kill it. But from the looks of it, even if he used all his experience points, he probably wouldn't be able to break through to the Heavenly Venerate level. At most, he would be able to break through to the 9th level God, Lord level. Therefore, even if he used it now, he wouldn't be able to break through to the peak level. If he broke through to the peak level, coupled with the crazy damage mode, he might be able to fight with a mid-stage or late-stage upper Heavenly Venerate. The crazy damage mode wasn't invincible. The combat power of an upper Heavenly Venerate was extremely shocking. It wasn't something that could be easily surpassed. He might be able to easily deal with a mid-stage Heavenly Venerate, but he was still very powerless against an upper Heavenly Venerate. Retreat. Heavenly Sovereign Yu Qian and the others immediately retreated. However, they discovered that the passage behind them had been sealed. It hadn't been sealed when they came in, but They didn't expect to be sealed when they went out. This meant that they could only enter and not leave. They couldn't wait for more invaders to enter, so that they wouldn't be able to leave. Invaders, you must die for trespassing on the Dragon Sovereign Shrine. The Sword Edge Guard started speaking in the human language, but his attacks didn't slow down at all. They were now in danger. If they wanted to rush over and kill the Sword Edge Guard, they would have to pay a huge price. Damn it, these flying swords are too powerful. If we get close, I'm afraid we will be severely injured. They frowned. They already had a lot of injuries on their bodies. If this continued, their injuries would definitely become more serious. We can only fight with our lives on the line. They immediately decided to join forces and fight. If they didn't, they would all die here. Just as they were about to fight with their lives on the line, a green light suddenly shrouded them and healed their injuries rapidly. In the blink of an eye, most of their injuries were healed. The crazy healing power crushed everything. Senior brothers and senior sisters, let me help you. Eteonyon quickly released the voodoo wood divine set, which doubled their healing power and helped them resist the increasing injuries. Okay. Their eyes lit up as they felt their injuries rapidly recovering. They could fight with their lives on the line now. Kill. The two of them looked at each other and quickly rushed toward the Sword Edge Guard. Their crazy power completely exploded, and they were much stronger than before. This time, they were going all out to suppress the Sword Edge Guard, so the effect was naturally much stronger. Suppress. The two of them roared and joined hands to display a martial art. It was a relatively rare joint martial art. After joining forces, their power increased greatly. Then, they fiercely suppressed the Sword Edge Guard. At the same time, the Sword Edge Guard also fought with their lives on the line. Many flying swords flew over, constantly injuring Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others. However, they were not afraid at all. With Yi Tianyun's recovery power, they didn't need to worry too much about their injuries. They just had to fight with their lives on the line. Die. The two of them heavily attacked. The combined compressed energy sent the Sword Edge Guard flying. It hit the wall and turned into a pile of powder. It was completely dead. Under the suppression of the two of them, they finally killed the Sword Edge Guard. At the same time, the two of them were also badly injured. They either lost a large piece of their body or an arm. Chapter 1466. Ding. Successfully killed Sword Guard. Reward: 500 compressed EXP, 500 compressed Crazy Point, 500 compressed SBS. Obtained Dragon Bloodline, Rare, Eternal Gold, Mirage Sand, Dragon Temple Structure Diagram, Rare. After the Sword Guard was killed, Eteonyon successfully obtained the reward. Although he didn't touch the Sword Guard, he healed Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others so he can get the corresponding reward. After seeing the reward, Eteonyon's eyes suddenly lit up. These are all good things. Not only can he get amazing bloodline power, but he can also get the Dragon Temple Structure Diagram. Bloodline power and Dragon Temple Structure Diagram. Eteonyon immediately checked the effect of the two things, and soon the detailed information of the two things appeared in front of him. Dragon Bloodline. After absorbing, you can obtain Dragon Bloodline power. Note, because Dragon and Phoenix Divine Veins are the same level, after absorbing, it will be converted into Dragon and Phoenix Divine Veins experience. Structure of the Dragon Revered Temple. A rough outline of the structure of the temple. After absorbing, can I strengthen Dragon and Phoenix Divine Veins? He didn't hesitate and immediately used the Dragon Bloodline. After absorbing, a voice sounded in his ears. Dragon and Phoenix Divine Veins upgraded to second level. Effect increased. Strength increased to 200 times. Speed increased to 200 times. Has the effect of rebirth. Cooldown shortened to 5 years. At the same time, strengthen the dragon and phoenix phantom. Increase the suppression effect on the monster clan. After absorbing the dragon bloodline, it only upgraded by 1 level, but overall, it's still very good. If it's just a simple upgrade, it needs a lot of crazy point. It's a pleasant surprise that it can be used to upgrade. It can enhance a lot of power, not bad. Etianya nodded, but he originally planned to upgrade this bloodline so that he can strengthen his power. Even if there is a little gap in cultivation, he can still make up for it with the power of the bloodline. Then, he turned his attention to the map of the Dragon's Sovereign Shrine. It did show a rough structure, but it didn't show what was inside, nor did it show any arrays or dangerous areas. It's a very simple explanation of how many rooms there are, where there are passages, and so on. It's quite simple. However, it was already quite good to have this kind of structure. At the very least, he could know what the overall structure was like, which would allow him to take fewer detours. So, this is the structure. Etianyan felt that this thing was still very important. Once it was officially opened, he would be able to go straight to the most important area. There were no markings on where the treasures were, but the truly precious treasures were definitely in the deeper regions. Through this map, he could easily bypass them and reach his destination. Little junior brother, your healing powers are simply too strong. If it weren't for you, I would have been seriously injured. Heavenly Premier Force, and the others came over to praise Etianyan. This is all I can do. Etianyan smiled. Being able to help was already a good thing. He was just afraid of standing there like an idiot. That's more than enough. Otherwise, if we were to fight them head-on, we would probably lose our battle power before we could even hit them. Heavenly Paragon Force's expression was solemn. This was no joke. With so many flying swords flying towards him, there was no way he could dodge them easily. No matter what, he would be hit many times. When that happened, he might even lose his battle power. Therefore, Etianyan's help was decisive for them. There's no need to say too much. Let's go and see if there are any treasures. The guards here are so strong. There should be many treasures inside, Etianyan said with a smile. Yes, let's go and search for treasures. They immediately became spirited. With such strong guards, there must be some important treasures inside. Otherwise, why would they send such strong guards? They couldn't be too weak inside. Immediately after, they quickly rushed inside. After entering the passageway, what came into view was not a special room, but a pool. Faint golden spring water constantly gushed out from inside and filled the pool. Other than that, there were many golden spirit herbs beside the pool. They looked very dazzling and golden. This is golden bellflower. That is golden moon grass. They are all very rare spirit herbs. After seeing them, their eyes lit up. They were all relatively rare spirit herbs. However, what they paid more attention to was the pool in front of them. These spirit herbs all grew beside the pool. There was no doubt that they were relying on the liquid in the pool to help them grow. This should be the golden spirit pool. Legend has it that there is dense metal energy constantly gushing out. If we absorb it, we can greatly strengthen our physiques. If we have a metal attribute constitution, the effect will be even more shocking. It's a pity that our constitutions aren't metal attribute. However, it doesn't hinder us from absorbing it. It can strengthen our physiques. Heavenly Paragon's sword, C, was very knowledgeable. He immediately recognized what this thing was and was pleasantly surprised. Golden Spirit Pool. There is a golden pool eye underground. It can continuously absorb the surrounding energy and transform it into metal spirit liquid for absorption. After absorbing, it can greatly strengthen one's physique. However, as one's cultivation increases, the effect will decrease. If one has a metal attribute constitution, the effect will increase by 3 times. It's indeed a good thing. I just don't know how effective it is. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. It was definitely a good thing to strengthen one's physique, especially if it was not limited to metal attribute constitutions. Needless to say, as long as it was alive, it could be absorbed. This meant that everyone present could go down and absorb it. Then why wait for us? Let's go down and absorb it together. If we wait for the door to open, we definitely won't be able to slowly absorb it. Or rather, we don't want to stay here to absorb it. Yi Tianyan smiled and jumped down. That's right. Let's quickly go down and absorb it. We definitely can't waste it. Absorb as much as we can. Heavenly Paragon soared sea, and the others entered the water one after another. As soon as they entered the water, they used all their strength to absorb it. Their bodies immediately turned golden, looking like they were leaning towards metal attribute. In reality, it didn't change the attributes of their bodies. It only strengthened their physiques. After entering the water, Yi Tianyan also crazily absorbed it. However, his constitution was different. His constitution could accommodate any attribute. This meant that he could transform into any attribute at will. It could be said that he could transform into a metal attribute constitution, increasing the effect to the greatest. Buzz. Chapter 1467. The whirlpool around Yi Tianyan was the largest. It was a size larger than the others, and the absorption speed was much faster. In the blink of an eye, a large portion of the golden energy around him was drained by him, and it gradually returned to the state of ordinary water. Originally, this golden pool came from the golden pool eye below. After absorbing the energy within, it would naturally return to the color of ordinary water. Yi Tianyun's absorption speed was not only amazing, but the key was that the effect was even more amazing. It was 3 times as much as the others. As a result, his body began to strengthen rapidly. His body was covered with layers of thin golden leaves, and he really looked like a golden man. The effect is okay. Yi Tianyan felt that the effect was okay, but it was definitely not of a very high level. It could only be considered average. His physique was too strong. After so many bloodline enhancements, the effect of this golden liquid was naturally quite reduced. Fortunately, there was a 3 times increase. Otherwise, the effect would really be negligible. As for the other heavenly venerables, the effect was also relatively limited, but it was better than nothing. For their cultivation base, it was extremely difficult to increase a little. Unless their physique was relatively weak, the effect was relatively average. To them, it was a very good effect to be able to increase a little. Anyway, this was not theirs. Even if it could only increase a little, it was already a good effect. Immediately after, Yi Tianyan continued to absorb crazily. The surrounding whirlpools became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the golden liquid of this golden god pool began to be rapidly absorbed. If this continued, all the energy of this golden god pool would be absorbed completely. Not too much time passed. In the short span of a day, this amazing golden god pool was sucked dry just like that. There was not a bit of golden liquid left. What was left was a pool of ordinary water. Gone. Yi Tianyan opened his eyes. The golden color on his body gradually faded, and he returned to his original color. The situation did not seem to be a big problem. The key was that the energy in his body had been slightly strengthened. The other heavenly venerables opened their eyes one after another, all with a look of longing. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. They naturally felt that they would not think it was too little. Little junior brother, you're absorbing too quickly. You're much faster than us. I reckon that more than half of the golden divinity pool's energy was absorbed by you. Heavenly Venerable soared. C laughed. It's all right. Yi Tianyan scratched his head in embarrassment. he did absorb the energy the fastest and fiercest. Hurry up and dig up the golden lake eye below. When the time comes, let junior brother take it back and choose a place in his own force, then set it up. When the time comes, it will also form a golden divine pool. As a place to nurture disciples, it's pretty good. It can definitely nurture even stronger geniuses. Celestial Venerable Sword, see suggested from the side, signaling Eteonian to go down and dig it up. This thing was not a one-time thing. As long as one dug it out and buried it in a good place, it would be the same as this place after some time. This is a little embarrassing. Eteonian looked at the golden pool, eye at the bottom of the pool. It indeed looked like a huge eye buried in the bottom of the pool. Those who did not know much about it did look rather horrifying. It was like a huge eye looking at them from the bottom of the pool. How could they not feel horrified? According to the level of the treasure, this was at least a celestial, venerable level treasure. Its grade was naturally not too low. What's there to be embarrassed about? If little junior brother hadn't brought us in first, we definitely wouldn't be fated with this place. Moreover, he could obtain so many treasures. Needless to say, I've never experienced such an easy way to obtain treasures. The entire ruin seems to belong to me. Celestial Venerable Sword C laughed. In the past, when they encountered a ruin, they would first kill their way in among groups of cultivators and then continuously rush forward, racing against time. It was so that they could snatch the treasures first. However, most of the treasures were snatched by others first, and they did not even get to drink the soup. It was different now. They could swagger in and pick any treasure they wanted. They did not have to worry about being snatched at all. The only thing they were worried about was encountering various traps or encountering guardians. That's right. Don't be polite with us. When we want to absorb it, we'll look for you. Celestial Venerable Force smiled knowingly at the side. All right, I won't be pretentious. Then I'll take it back first. When the time comes, senior brothers and senior sisters, and the disciples under me can look for me again if they need it. Eteonian naturally would not be polite. This thing was quite good. It could speed up the cultivation of the disciples of the three realms. He would never think that he had too little of such things. Immediately, Eteonian swam to the bottom and began to dig out the golden pool. As it was covered with a large array, it was slightly more difficult to dig it out. Fortunately, with the help of other senior brothers, it was soon easily dug out. After digging it out, he threw it into his inventory and swam up. It's about time. There's no way out here. Return to the outermost area and wait for the seal to break before continuing in, Celestial Venerable Force said. They nodded and flew to the passage outside to wait. The location they chose was the safest and most stable area. When the seal broke, the entire ruin would change. They did not wait long. Very soon, the barrier outside finally shattered into countless pieces with a cracking sound. Boom! As soon as the barrier broke, a terrifying wave of energy rushed out from the hall. Like a thick beam of light, it blasted towards the void outside. Some powerhouses did not dodge in time and were immediately affected by this beam of light. They were completely turned into nothingness. They did not even have the chance to scream before they died. They were far away, but the direction of the attack just happened to be aimed at them. They could only blame their bad luck. The situation inside the ruin also fluctuated wildly, wreaking havoc in all directions. Whether it was the ground or the walls, they were constantly bombarded with deep marks. The entire ruin shook violently as if it was about to collapse. This was the result of the energy being compressed for too long. After the seal was broken, it poured out in torrents. It looked very exaggerated. Inside the passageway, they formed a thick shield to protect themselves. This wave of impact also spread over. Fortunately, the strongest force was outside the passage at the entrance. The other passages were weaker, and with their ability to withstand it, there was no problem. This wave of impact lasted for several hours before it finally stopped. Go! Chapter 1468. Eteonyon and the others quickly rushed towards the dragon's sovereign temple, and the rest of the cultivators who were rushing towards the dragon's sovereign temple were like a group of carps crossing the river. It's all mine. All the treasures are mine. Get lost. All the treasures are mine. A bunch of idiots. Your cultivation is so weak, yet you still want to snatch the treasures. Get lost. When they rushed in, they immediately started fighting each other madly for the sake of fighting for more treasures. Some of the stronger ones rushed in as fast as they could. After coming in, they looked at a random place and rushed in. So far, it was important not to cause any fights. There was no point in fighting without getting the treasures. But some people just bumped into each other and started fighting, not giving way to each other. Such idiots weren't rare, and there were quite a lot of them. Soon, everyone rushed into the other passages. After searching through the rooms, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? There's nothing here. There's nothing here either. It's empty. What's going on? Why is there a pool here? Could it be some special pool? Damn it. It's just ordinary water. There's no effect at all, and it's a little disgusting to drink. After rushing in, they found that the room was empty. There wasn't even a single strand of hair left. As for the pool, there was no energy at all. It was just an ordinary pool. Everyone was disappointed. He thought he would find a lot of treasures, but in the end, it was all for naught. There was nothing. They felt that they had been tricked, thinking that there was nothing in the ruins. How could they even talk about treasure hunting? Most of the cultivators felt that they had been tricked after rushing in, not to mention that they could get treasures. At least others could get treasures. Who knew that there was nothing here? At the same time, Eteonyon and the rest quickly went in. There were many intersecting entrances, like a maze. But this wasn't a problem for Eteonyon. He had the blueprint of the dragon's sovereign shrine, so he could go wherever he wanted. This way. Eteonyon signaled them to follow him as they ran deeper into the dragon-revered temple. The treasure was definitely in the deepest part of the temple, so it couldn't be in the outer regions. Heavenly Sovereign Li and the others didn't think too much about it. They all followed Eteonyon and rushed inside. As Eteonyon circled around, he finally arrived at the inner area. There were many passageways in this area, but they were all tightly locked. If one wanted to pass through, they would either have to destroy the door or break the restriction. The doors here are all locked. It's even more disgusting than meeting the guards. Heavenly Lord Sword C and the others frowned. If they encountered the guards, they could still fight, but if the gate was sealed, they would need to find a way to open it. There are quite a number of open passageways here. Why don't we look over there? Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry suggested. It's hard to say from there. If we go in from here, we can reach the innermost part. When Eteonyon sensed everyone's astonished gazes, he took out the blueprint of the dragon's sovereign shrine. It was something that could be taken out and was similar to a map. This is what I found before. Although it didn't mark anything, at least we know how to get to the innermost part. The real treasures should be in the innermost part. You don't have any objections, right? After spreading it out, they were shocked. They didn't expect Eteonyon to have such a thing. Indeed, I didn't expect Junior Brother to be able to find such a thing. No wonder you led the way for us. Heavenly Sovereign Sword C smiled in surprise. He didn't expect to find such a thing. However, they didn't suspect anything. After all, it couldn't have been drawn by Eteonyon himself, could it? The passageway on the side, is probably the key to opening the door. Correspondingly, there might be danger. From this, I can see that the area is more complicated and there might be many guards. Sure enough, it's dangerous. Treasures aren't that easy to obtain. Tianyan looked at the blueprint. There were many passageways on both sides, and it wasn't just one. There were a total of 3 doors in front of him, and there was a groove on them. This meant that something had to be embedded in them to open the door. Without a doubt, the danger inside wouldn't be low. The closer they got, the more dangerous it would be. There were so many guards outside, so how could there not be any inside? Looks like we have to look for the key again. How troublesome. Can't these ruins open all the doors? Heavenly Sovereign Sword C felt helpless. This was simply a trap. Don't you lock up your treasures? Heavenly Sovereign Dragon Cry retorted from the side. Heavenly Sovereign Sword C immediately stopped talking. Even in his territory, some treasures would be locked up, so it wouldn't be easy to find them. Actually, the most important thing is whether or not the key will be taken away. Tianyan felt that this was the key. These grooves were all embedded with things. If the key was taken away, how could he continue? She could only stand outside and stare blankly. This is really possible, but we can only look for it now. Even if we can't enter, it would be good to plunder some treasures. Heavenly Sovereign Force said solemnly, as usual, we will split into 2 groups and go to different areas to search. If there's a problem, quickly escape. Don't force it. No problem. Heavenly Sovereign Yuqian nodded and immediately led Heavenly Sovereign Sword C and the others to one of the passageways. Tianyan and Heavenly Sovereign Force also went to the other passageway. But when they rushed into the passageway, Tianyan immediately felt himself pass through a wave of ripples, and then Heavenly Sovereign Force beside him disappeared. It's an isolated space. Tianyan quickly turned and walked back, but he found that it was already too late. He was completely separated from Heavenly Sovereign Force, and he couldn't touch him. This kind of restriction was relatively common, and some weak points could be broken. At least, the one in front of him couldn't be broken. It was an extremely profound restriction that required at least a 6th or 7th grade divine inscriber to break, and it would take a long time. Tianyan's grade wasn't at that level, so he naturally couldn't break it easily. It was useless to walk back now. It was equivalent to entering a trap, so how could he get out? Unless he broke this trap, there was no way to get out. I didn't expect to be tricked, and no one knew. Tianyan frowned. He couldn't see any problems from the outside, but he could only sense it after entering. He had to say that this Dragon Sovereign Temple had some skills. It seems that we can only take one step at a time and see what the situation is here. Tianyan didn't panic. Before entering, he had already prepared for any accidents. Chapter 1469. After Tianyan came in, he directly walked forward. He could only go forward. If he went back, he would have to take a detour. He wanted to see through the situation here, but he couldn't easily do so. His grade was a bit too low. Unless he raised his divine carving master grade to the 6th or 7th grade level. After circling around, Tianyan immediately felt a sense of crisis in front of him, causing him to frown. He feared that if he continued forward, he would encounter danger. He wasn't worried about a battle, but he was in the opponent's advantageous position. This wasn't something that could be solved easily. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to raise his divine carving master level. Raise divine carving master grade. Ding, successfully deduct proficiency. Ding, congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully raising the divine carving master grade to 4th grade. Ding, successfully deduct proficiency. Ding, congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully raising the divine carving master grade to 7th grade. Yi Tianyun's proficiency had been completely used up. There was basically nothing left. Even his sin value had been ruthlessly thrown in. After the previous system upgrade, whether it was proficiency or sin value, they could be converted to each other. Under the conversion, he could barely raise the divine carving master grade to 7th grade. This required far too many proficiency points. It was simply exploding. Towards the end, he needed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of proficiency points. It was simply a fraud. Even after accumulating so many proficiency points, it still wasn't enough to fill his teeth. He had to use up all of his sin value in order to raise it to 7th grade. I finally advanced to 7th grade. Yi Tianyun let out a deep breath. When he looked up, he was immediately stunned. He discovered that his soul strength had jumped to the Empyrean level. Moreover, it was at the middle Empyrean level. This leap was truly amazing. It had to be known that his soul strength was at most at the Divine Lord level before. But in the blink of an eye, it had risen to the middle Empyrean level. Without a doubt, soul strength was linked to the divine carving master grade. The higher the grade, the higher the soul strength. This meant that if he continued to level up, the strength of his soul would increase along with it. This kind of leveling up was really too easy. It was as if it was free. I never thought that advancing to a divine inscription master would have such an effect. It's really beyond my expectations. Yi Tianyun shook his head. He felt that this was really unexpected, and it was far beyond his expectations. In the past, he didn't have such a strong feeling. But now that he had become a divine engraving master, his feeling had risen. His cultivation hadn't even broken through to the Empyrean realm, yet his soul strength had already risen to the Empyrean realm. This was really a little funny. Then let me see the true face of this place. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered as he activated his third eye. A talent like the heavenly eye would improve along with the strength of one's soul. Basically, it was an exceptional divine skill. He didn't even need to cultivate it to be able to display greater strength. After releasing it, the surrounding divine seal patterns immediately appeared in front of him. Every detail was clearly displayed, including the trap formation in front of them. This was because after advancing his soul strength, he could easily use the third eye to investigate. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have been able to easily see through it. Even if he were blind, he still wouldn't have been able to see through it. If it were so easy to see through it, then it wouldn't have been an ancient Empyrean ruin. As long as it was an intruder, it would be killed without hesitation. These ruins were originally different from those ruins that were used to select legacy disciples. This was originally the territory of others. If a disciple didn't belong here, they would naturally be killed. Thus, if one went to the ruins to search for treasures, they would face the danger of death. So that's how it is. Its senior apprentice brother Li Tian. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He saw that Empyrean Li Tian was being controlled by a large array formation. The surrounding array formations were wildly attacking him, leaving him no place to hide. It seemed that Empyrean Li Tian had been attacked for a long time. His body was already covered with cuts and bruises. It was unknown how many times he had been attacked. If this continued, Empyrean Li Tian would definitely be exhausted. This place was filled with attack arrays. All intruders would be separated as if they had entered a different space. In such a situation, a fierce attack would not feel good no matter what. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't break it. Empyrean Li Tian roared. He swung his fists and punched the array formation in front of him. He punched out fiercely again and again, wanting to forcefully destroy this formation. Heavenly Venerate, Mighty Sky didn't know any divine seals, nor did he know any grand arrays. He just relied on his brute strength to attack the grand array. If this continued, he would definitely be able to break the array formation. However, After he broke the array formation, there would be even more arrays waiting for him. This meant that if he continued, he would definitely be attacked repeatedly. It would be difficult for him to advance, and he might even die here. It had to be said that he had only just entered, and the dangers here were already exposed. This was much more dangerous than the outside world. Looks like I have to save him. Etienne's eyes flashed. He knew that Empyrean Li Tian could still hold on and break the array formation. However, that would be a waste of time. He would also be attacked continuously. It wasn't worth it. He had to end the battle quickly here. He definitely couldn't drag things out. His figure flickered and disappeared from the void. He entered the space where Empyrean Li Tian was. This situation was just like in the 10,000 Divine Pagoda. He could easily enter other spaces. However, the array formation here was much more sophisticated than the 10,000 Divine Pagoda. Therefore, he couldn't use the power of the void to enter from the beginning. It was like a locked door. The power of the void was like a key. Because the lock was too complicated, he couldn't open it. However, things were different now. After the advancement of the Divine Carver Master, he had become a more advanced master key that could penetrate the void. He easily entered the void where Empyrean Li Tian was and appeared next to him. He hurriedly said, "Big senior brother, grab me." Li Tian Heavenly Venerate turned his head and saw Etienne reaching out to him. Without hesitation, Li Tian Heavenly Venerate grabbed Etienne and dragged him into the void. After entering the void, he was brought into another space. Naturally, there were no arrays here, so Empyrean Li Tian could rest. "Little junior brother, it's really all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have been severely injured if I had really broken through that formation." The heavenly paragon force wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. This was just the beginning, and he was already in such a sorry state. "It seems like this area isn't safe. We can only gather and move together," Etienne said. Chapter 1470. Among the five of them, there was basically no one who had any achievements in the field of divine carving masters. The highest level was only at the second or third grade. Second or third grade divine carving masters were useless here. Therefore, it was better to gather together and move. This was a bit of a waste of time, but moving steadily was the key. Heavenly Venerate Li agreed with Etienne. Who would have thought that things would be so complicated here? They could only look for them, honestly. It was best to move together. Then, under Etienne's lead, they quickly chased after Heavenly Venerate Sword C and the others. As Etienne's ability had improved, it wasn't a problem for him to bring people out of here. After leaving here, they rushed to the other passage without stopping. The other passage was exactly the same as the one Etienne and the others had encountered before. It was also a strange array. Etienne had just come in and immediately saw Heavenly Venerate Sword C and the others being besieged. Heavenly Venerate Sword C was on the verge of death. Several parts of his body had been cut off, and one of his arms had been broken off. He was still constantly dodging, using his last bit of effort to avoid these attacks. It wasn't that Heavenly Venerate Sword C was too weak, but the array here was too abnormal. It was simply fatal. The main reason was that the territory was theirs. If there were too many arrays, the result would be the death of the invaders. Senior Brother Sword C is in trouble. Etienne quickly passed through the void. Before Heavenly Venerate Sword C could react, he was dragged into the void by Etienne. Then, he used the voodoo wood divine, set to quickly heal him. "Many, many thanks." After saying these words, Heavenly Venerate Sword C fainted in Heavenly Venerate Li's arms, which showed how serious the consumption was. As long as the soul in the head wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. However, the body was constantly injured, which would still have a great impact. Senior Brother Tian, wait here. I'll go save Senior Brother Dragon Cry. Tianyun once again went to another space to save Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry. Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry's situation was much better. His recovery was amazing, and he could still persist under the fierce attacks. But if they continued like this, they wouldn't be able to pass through too many areas. Only Heavenly Venerate Yuqian was able to make it to the next great array. Furthermore, it seemed like he was about to break it. It seemed like Heavenly Venerate Yuqian was still much stronger. From this, it could be seen that this was a place that only upper Empyreans could survive. It would be difficult for other cultivators to survive here. Tianyun was relying on his amazing divine inscription master skills to not be injured. Soon, Tianyun dragged Heavenly Venerate Yuqian back and started treating them. I didn't expect that we wouldn't even be able to make it through here. It's just too difficult. One by one, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They had been to some ruins before, and the difficulty was either not as high as this one, or they had walked through ruins that others had explored before, so the danger was not as high. This was just the beginning, and they were already unable to attack. It was really embarrassing. It should be said that they were a little depressed. They thought that their strength was not bad, but when they came here, they realized that the gap between them was too big. They could not enter at all. Tianyun also had a deep understanding of the situation here. This place was just too formidable. The territory of an ancient Empyrean really could not be compared to the present. Logically speaking, the further one went, the stronger it should be. He did not expect that an ancient level great array would win, and a complete victory at that. No wonder so many powerhouses would come over when these ancient ruins opened. These things far surpassed the current level. For such a situation to occur, Tianyun guessed that it was related to the materials. The current rare materials, compared to the previous world, could be found all over the streets. Thus, the great array formations or weapons that were refined far surpassed the current level. Because the materials for the current weapons and great array formations were insufficient, they could only choose to replace other materials to refine. This caused the effects to decline. It was not that the current level was inferior to the past, but that the materials were far inferior to the past. With the passage of time, it was normal for materials to become increasingly scarce. Wasn't the war that erupted in the divine realm in the past for the sake of seizing resources and materials? In the aspect of a divine inscription master, I still have some attainments. I shouldn't have any problems passing through here. Why don't you enter my inner world and wait until I need to fight? Then I'll let you out. How about this? Tianyun asked. Generally speaking, letting others enter one's inner world was quite dangerous. If there was internal damage, then the impact on him would be very serious. Similarly, if Tianyun was attacked, then he would die together with them. No problem, it's decided. Without thinking too much, they chose to enter Tianyun's inner world. They had all witnessed Tianyun's ability just now. If it weren't for Tianyun's help, they would still be trapped inside, constantly fighting against those great array formations. Tianyun nodded and quickly summoned them into his inner world, which was the planet at the core of the 5 elements. After entering, they didn't feel anything wrong. In fact, the core of the 5 elements was equivalent to the balanced world outside. They couldn't sense anything wrong. Thus, they didn't feel anything was wrong. Rather, they felt comfortable and natural. After receiving them into his inner world, Tianyun quickly moved forwards, avoiding the great array formations along the way. If he encountered one that he couldn't avoid, he would enter the void or break the array formation. Thus, there wasn't the least bit of pressure along the way. A seventh-grade divine, inscription master couldn't say that they could walk unhindered outside, but they could at least relax here. Soon, after breaking through the array formations, they finally passed through the long corridor and arrived at the great hall outside. It's really abnormal. There are 7 or 8 great array formations along the way. How can I even play? Onion was a bit speechless. Even if it was to resist intruders, was there a need to be so abnormal? If he had judged wrongly, then his own people would have died in these great array formations. It was obvious that the master of this place was extremely suspicious and worried that someone would invade, who knew that they would still die here. If they died outside, then wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Just as he was about to relax, a stiff voice suddenly sounded out in front of him. "Intruders die." The 5 puppets rushed towards Etienne's side. "It's really a wave after wave of trouble. Damn it, if I encounter this fellow's corpse, I will ruthlessly crush it." Etienne clenched his teeth. He released Emperor Yu and the others so that they could participate in the battle together. Chapter 1471. Etienne and Heavenly Venerate Yu and the others quickly got rid of this batch of puppet statues and obtained a pile of rare materials. However, they had used up quite a lot of resources. They had only been able to kill these puppet statues after putting their lives on the line. Each one was harder than the last, and their cultivation was not low either. It was already not bad that they could deal with them. At the same time, he obtained a key crystal stone called golden pyroxene. Golden pyroxene? Could it be a stone placed in the groove outside? Etienne narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to obtain such a rare key after killing these puppets. Of course, it was another matter. At least for now, it seemed like it was a key. It's finally over. Let's continue. Etienne heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, he took Heavenly Venerate Yu and the others back into his inner world and continued running forward. He had thought that there would be some dangerous area ahead. Who knew that he would arrive at a treasure trove? "This is an elixir room." Etienne glanced around and saw that many of the medicine bottles on the shelves had fallen all over the ground. Many of them had already fallen and turned into piles of mud. If the elixirs were stored in elixir bottles, they might be able to last longer. However, after they fell out, the energy contained in them would dissipate. Over time, they would turn into mud without any energy. Etienne glanced around casually and finally fixed his eyes on the groove in the center area. There was nothing there. There was no key in this area, just a pile of elixirs. Logically speaking, the key should be in the groove. However, it was not here. Did this mean that they had made a wasted trip? The key was indeed taken away. Who would be so stupid as to leave the key here? Etienne shook his head. Then he took out the golden pyroxene and inserted it into the groove. As soon as it was inserted, the groove immediately emitted a faint golden light. Then the door began to open slowly, revealing the scene inside. A large area of elixirs. There were fields of spiritual medicines here, all of them planted at the side. This was especially the case for the entire piece of land, which was a rare treasure. The seemingly ordinary soil was actually the new sea mud, a special kind of soil that could allow spirit herbs to grow faster. When Etienne released Heavenly Venerate Yu they were all shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a complete herb garden here. This was somewhat unexpected. However, there was one thing that made them feel that it was a pity. The spirit herbs here had all withered and were basically no different from weeds. This place had been left unattended for too long, so it naturally became dilapidated. If it wasn't watered often, it would wither. This place was different from the golden spirit pool, which could nurture other spirit medicines. Using the liquid from the golden spirit pool, to water this place would not have an obvious effect, and it might even kill the spirit medicines here. Not all spirit herbs could absorb the golden pool liquid. It seems that they didn't expect to encounter the war of the divine realm. At that time, these medicinal herbs probably hadn't matured yet. These batches of medicinal herbs were all at least 10,000 years old. What a pity they've all been destroyed and have no effect at all. When Heavenly Venerate Li and the others saw the environment, they immediately knew that this was a herb garden. But the spirit herbs in this herb garden had all withered and were no different from weeds. When they were stuffed into their mouths, there was no effect at all. Moreover, they didn't even taste good. That's right, what a pity. These are all rare spirit herbs, and their ages are also quite good. It's just a pity that they've all withered. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to restore them to their original state. Even if we wanted to restore them, it would be impossible. Even if we had such an ability, these are all at least 10,000 years old. How could we restore them? They all shook their heads, feeling that it was a great pity to watch so many spirit herbs disappear right in front of their eyes. Restoration ability. Yi Tianyan's eyes brightened. He recalled the treasure, Tsuetsue, that he had obtained before. It was a treasure that could revitalize spirit herbs. It was just that Tsuetsue's ability was too weak, and it was too difficult to revitalize it. Unless its grade was greatly increased, that would be a different story. Let's take it first. Yi Tianyan didn't stand on ceremony. In a single breath, he swept up the entire patch of land and threw it into his inner world. The herb garden in front of him immediately became barren, with nothing left. Little junior brother, what do you want this pile of weeds for? When they saw Yi Tianyan's actions, they were very shocked. They didn't know what Yi Tianyan was going to do with it. There was no effect when they ate it, and it wouldn't return to its original state even if they planted it. Restoring vitality, of course. However, I have to find a way. I don't know if it will work, but I'll give it a try. Yi Tianyan didn't know if Tsuetsue could be restored, but he would give it a try first. Actually, it's not a bad choice to restore it. It's just that the price is probably a little high. Little junior brother, you have to take it easy. You have to see the price clearly. Heavenly Lord Sword Judge and the others all knew that there was a way to revitalize it, but the price was extremely high. For example, if the price of restoring one spirit herb was equivalent to 2 spirit herbs, it was clearly not worth it. That's for sure. I can't be reckless, right? I'm a region lord. I know the trade-offs, Yi Tianyan said with a smile. I almost forgot. If you become a region lord, you have to know how to be even more careful. Heavenly Lord Sword Judge, and the others smiled, then shifted their gazes to the side. There are no more treasures to find here. Looks like we can only go. Yi Tianyan nodded. This was the end. Although there were other miscellaneous rooms, he didn't have any interest in searching. The main thing was that there definitely wouldn't be any good treasures in that area. Finding the key was the most important thing. Then they once again entered Yi Tianyan's inner world. Yi Tianyan went straight to the initial area. He wanted to use the golden pyroxene in his hand to open one of the doors. When he came to the area of the 3 doors, he was instantly startled. In front of him was a group of cultivators. There was no lack of acquaintances. This acquaintance was none other than Feng Qiuzun. He didn't expect that Feng Qiuzun would also come here. It was really a little unexpected. Surrounding Feng Qiuzun were 2 great forces that Yi Tianyan loathed. They were the supporters of the Myriad Heaven Divine Realm and the Sacred Peak Divine Realm. They had also sent people over. The names of their forces in the 4th grade Divine Realm were also called like this. It could be said that they had the same name. Actually, this would show that the forces below belonged to them. It would let the other divine realms know who it belonged to, and they wouldn't act recklessly. This was meaningless to Etianyan. He would crush them all the same. Chapter 1472. Miss Fengqiu. This is a 10,000-year-old coral. If it is made into jewelry, not only will it be beautiful, it will also help your cultivation. What is a 10,000-year-old coral? This is a 10,000-year-old sacred wood. If I use it to make a bed, I can even cultivate while sleeping. The top genius Empyreans of the two forces stared at each other. Their cultivation was at the upper-level Empyrean level. They were very young, and their bloodlines were not weak. But compared to Fengqiu, they were still lacking. Empyrean Fengqiu was the true genius. Compared to them, they paled in comparison. What was being compared here was not cultivation, but bone age. Fengqiu's bone age was only 1,000 years old. They were tens of thousands of years old. In comparison, they were at the level of ancestors. Fengqiu frowned, gesturing with her hand. Empyrean Tong Wu, Empyrean Wuxing, I appreciate your good intentions. Now I have matters to attend to. Please move aside. Fengqiu motioned for them not to block in front of her. The two Empyreans could only stand to the side, anger in their eyes. They did not expect that they would not accept their good intentions. It was equivalent to not giving them face. Even so, they did not dare to act rashly. Their cultivation was not only lower than Fengqiu. The key was Fengqiu's reputation. Who would dare to make a move against her? So many experts had come in and were all watching. If they acted rashly, something bad would happen. Fengqiu then came to one of the doors. Taking out a white stone, she placed it into the groove. Following that, a ray of light appeared, covering the door in white light, but the door did not open, but was tightly shut, without any movement. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Fengqiu to have one of the keys. She must have obtained it from outside. And seeing that the ruins were opened, she came to open it. A treasure that even Fengqiu came to take. It was definitely not simple. It was either not bad, or it had something to do with Fengqiu. Of course, these were all Yi Tianyun's guesses. From the side, the keys were indeed not here. They could all be outside, or there could be only one inside. No matter what, at least Fengqiu had one in her hands. No reaction? Venerable Fengqiu frowned, looking at the other two grooves. Without a doubt, the other two grooves had to be filled at the same time before it could be officially opened. Yi Tianyan was also taken aback. He had thought that only one piece was needed to open the corresponding door. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. He needed 3 keys at once to open all of them. Miss Fengqiu, the Dragon Supreme ruins can't be opened with just a key. According to what we know, 3 keys are needed to open it. At that moment, Empyrean Tungwu walked over with a smile. Fiddling with the information, he knew. These 3 keys have long been lost outside. During the Divine Realm War, they were all in the hands of Empyrean Dragon Fate's disciples. But they all died outside. To obtain a key is indeed a great lucky chance. I didn't expect Miss Fengqiu to have a key in her possession. However, coincidentally, I also have a key here. Empyrean Tungwu took out a key from his chest. This stone was also emitting a faint golden light, quite conspicuous. Venerable Fengqiu's eyes brightened. She didn't expect that Empyrean Tungwu would have a key in his hands. Empyrean Tungwu, I didn't expect you to have a key? Venerable Fengqiu was pleasantly surprised. Of course I do. You have a key? I have a key. Doesn't that mean we are fated? Empyrean Tungwu smiled. After this matter is over, how about Miss Fengqiu come to my faction? We can sit down and have a good chat to improve our relationship. Despicable, shameless. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and they immediately felt shameless. But she had a key, and they didn't. Wasn't this the best proof? Especially Empyrean Tungwu, his face darkened. He didn't have a key. Just as Heavenly Venerable Tungwu had said, the 3 keys had all been lost outside. It was already very good to have 2 of them, let alone 3. Now, there are only 2 keys. Aren't we still unable to open the door? Empyrean Wishing walked over and retorted. He didn't want to see Empyrean Tungwu be so arrogant. We can't open the door, but who knows if a 3rd key will appear in the future. The treasures in the revered dragon ruins are quite good. I heard that Empyrean Dragon Fortune's strongest treasure is inside. He didn't take it out during the Divine Realm battle. Empyrean Tungwu smiled. Besides, I can give this key to Miss Feng Chiu. When Miss Feng Chiu collects the 3rd key, won't she be able to open it? Of course, as long as Miss Feng Chiu comes to our Divine Realm as a guest, we will give this key to her with both hands. Such despicable methods made the others feel very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. This thing was so effective. The 3 keys were so precious, to give one away was really generous. Venerable Feng Chiu's gaze turned cold. She directly refused. Sorry, I cannot agree to this request. Venerable Feng Chiu was not moved by this. Instead, she straightforwardly refused. After Empyrean Tungwu was rejected, his face darkened. He didn't think that this Empyrean Feng Chiu wouldn't even give him this little bit of face. She was really too insensible. Miss Feng Chiu, you're not even willing to agree to this little request. This is a key, not an ordinary treasure. I'm only inviting you to be a guest. I won't do anything to you. Empyrean Tungwu said solemnly. Sorry, I still cannot agree. Venerable Feng Chiu wasn't a fool. How could she not know the other party's intentions? If she agreed, she definitely wouldn't be able to come out easily when she went to that force. Not to mention anything else, the price of this key was at least equivalent to an Empyrean-level treasure. But in Venerable Feng Chiu's view, this business wasn't worth it at all. If she opened this door, it wasn't just her who could enter, but it was opened from all directions. Anyone could enter. In the end, who would lose the most? Without a doubt, it would be her. Immediately, she took out another key and inserted it into another notch. She said solemnly, Empyrean Tungwu, whether or not you want to open it now is up to you. This time, everyone was stunned. They didn't think that Venerable Feng Chiu would have another key. Now, all 3 keys were gathered. As long as Empyrean Tungwu pushed it forward, the door here would open. At this time, Tianyun, who was at the side, looked at the key in his inventory and shook his head. Logically speaking, there should only be 3 keys. Adding the one he had, it was equivalent to the 4th key. It was a bit of an exception. Chapter 1473. Venerable Feng Chiu gave the choice to Empyrean Tongwu, indicating for him to quickly choose whether to open the door or not. If he didn't open it, then no one could open it. The gazes of the others immediately gathered on Empyrean Tongwu. Whether they could eat and drink well and find top treasures depended on Empyrean Tongwu's choice. Miss Feng Chiu, this is even better. As long as you agree to be a guest, I will immediately hand over the key with both hands. It is very simple for you to be a guest of our force. We will absolutely not make things difficult for you. If not, then I am very sorry. I can only choose to leave. Empyrean Tongwu was not anxious at all. The key was in his hands. Would it fly away? As long as he did not agree, this door would never open. As for forcefully snatching it, he had brought many experts. Even if they fought, they could not lose. Those who could come to this area were not ordinary people. They were at least middle-level Empyrean level or above. As long as there were no treasures to fight over, they wouldn't fight. But now there was something, but they did not dare to casually snatch it. Venerable Feng Chiu's expression was ugly. She did not expect Empyrean Tongwu to do this. If he really left, there was really nothing she could do. This meant that she had to find Emperor Tong Wu before he would choose to give it to her. Beside her, Emperor Tong Xing was very unhappy. Could there be a way? Emperor Tong Wu had something that Venerable Feng Qiu was interested in, but he did not have it. Just as she was thinking about something, Yi Tianyan stood up and said with a faint smile, "Venerable Feng Qiu, long time no see." When Venerable Feng Qiu looked over, she was a little surprised, then smiled slightly. "Yes, long time no see, I did not expect to see you here." With this greeting, the others all looked over, and upon a closer look, they found that it was a divine lord. This was a little unbelievable. Everyone here was at the Empyrean level. How could a divine lord sneak in? Strange. A divine lord has the ability to come here. So many of us have come in. Many places have been opened up. There is no more danger. It is not surprising that he could sneak in. The key is that he seems to be familiar with Venerable Feng Qiu. The people around started guessing. They were very curious about Yi Tianyan's identity. Emperor Tong Wu and the others frowned. Emperor Feng Qiu's attitude towards Yi Tianyan was quite good. This made them feel extremely unhappy, but they could not casually attack Yi Tianyan, who knew what kind of relationship the two of them had. If they were good friends, then if they killed Yi Tianyan, Feng Qiuzun's impression of them would definitely be extremely bad. "Yes, I did not expect to see Emperor Feng Qiu here." Yi Tianyan smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Emperor Feng Qiu is still missing a key?" "Yes, we still lack a key." Venerable Feng Qiu shook her head at the thought of Emperor Tong Wu not wanting to give the key. "Don't worry. It just so happens that I have a key here. Let's see if we can open it," Yi Tianyan said with a smile. "Bullshit." Celestial Lord Tungu sized him up and said in a deep voice, "You have a key on you? If yours is a key, then what is mine?" "A fake key, it's that simple." Yi Tianyan took out the key and directly handed it to Emperor Feng Qiu, saying, "Try it, see if it has any effect." When Yi Tianyan took out the golden pyroxene, everyone's eyes lit up. It really was exactly the same. There was no difference between the two. You really have this key?" "No, yours is the fake one. My key was found in the corpse of one of Emperor Long Yun's disciples. It definitely can't be fake." Emperor Tong Wu said sternly. His key was indeed a real key, and not a fake one. But there was no other way. He just happened to meet Yi Tianyan, this strange person. Both of them were real keys. But after Yi Tianyan said it, the meaning was different. "Is that so? Try it, and you'll know." Yi Tianyan indicated for Emperor Feng Qiu to embed it. "I said it's fake, so it's fake. You'll know in a while." Emperor Tong Wu was very confident. He was sure that what he had was real, so he didn't have any worries. He just wanted to see Yi Tianyan fail, and then he would lose face. "Many thanks." Emperor Feng Qiu took the key. Actually, she was a little doubtful whether it was real or fake, but no matter if it was real or fake, wouldn't she know after trying it? Then she picked up the key and embedded it. Just as it was embedded, the 3 doors suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the god seals on them quickly lit up. Then there was a rumbling sound, and the doors really opened. The group was dumbfounded, and at the same time as the doors opened, they all turned their gazes to Emperor Tong Wu, their faces strange. Now that the doors were opened, it meant that the key in Emperor Tong Wu's hands was fake, and not the real thing. "No, impossible. This key of mine is absolutely real. It can't be fake." Emperor Tong Wu shouted, his face livid. How could he have a fake? This was something he personally found, and then took out. How could it be fake? Humph, fake is fake. What else is there to say? Now that the doors are open, what's the point of talking nonsense? Emperor Tong Xing, who was beside him, took the opportunity to sneer. Using a fake to deceive Miss Feng Qiu, how sinister. If it wasn't for this little brother, you really would have succeeded. Emperor Tong Wu's eyes were red as he stared at Yi Tianyun, having the urge to kill him. "How did you get it? Where did you get it?" "I picked this up," Yi Tianyun said casually. "Is there a problem?" "Impossible. There should be only one of this thing." Emperor Tong Wu's face alternated between green and white, feeling like he was going crazy. So many people were looking over here, and it really made him feel very embarrassed. But the truth was in front of him, and no one would believe his nonsense. "The doors are open. The doors are open." At this time, the doors finally opened completely and slowly opened to the side. A wave of air rolled out from inside, turning into 3 golden lights that shrouded them. This wave of air made them feel a little depressed, as if there was some special treasure inside. "Emperor Tianyun, I wonder if we can go together?" Emperor Feng Cho smiled at Yi Tianyun. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyun, they really would have fallen into the trap. She didn't expect Emperor Tong Wu to be such a sinister villain, deceiving her. If she agreed to this key, wouldn't she fall into the trap? Chapter 1474. Of course, Yi Tianyun was not afraid of the threat from the 10,000 Heaven Divine Realm, or the Sacred Peak Divine Realm. However, even if they didn't come to find trouble with him, he would still find trouble with them. After all, when the celestial realm of the 3 realms first arrived, they immediately sent people to besiege them. If it weren't for the protection of the barrier, it would have been flattened by the 2 god realms. Under such circumstances, how could he let these people go? Even if Emperor Wise Star hadn't acted against him, he would have acted against them when he had the chance. These were all experience points. If he killed them one by one, breaking through to the Empyrean realm would be no problem at all. Now that he was about to be targeted by Heavenly Venerable Tungwu, how could he possibly let him off when he suddenly appeared and ruined Heavenly Venerable Tongwu's plans? It was just that Feng Qiuzun was at the side. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. On the side, Emperor Wise Star was gloating, feeling that this was very funny. This was the effect he wanted. He had originally thought that he would lose, but now it seemed that not only did Celestial Venerable Tungwu not gain anything, but he had also dug a deep pit for himself and jumped into it. However, everyone's attention was focused on the 3 doors in front of them. No one knew which one to choose. In their opinion, the 3 doors could lead to death, or they could lead to treasures. For the sake of safety, most people did not choose to act. Instead, they waited for the first person to eat the crab. It would undoubtedly be much safer to let them be the vanguard, and the rest follow behind. From their point of view, even if they were the first to eat the crab, wouldn't it be fine to snatch it later? These people were the 2 great heavenly venerables of the Sacred Peak, Celestial Realm, and the Myriad Heaven, Celestial Realm. They were not anxious at all and were just waiting outside. They had the advantage in numbers, so no one could snatch resources from them. "What, you're not going in?" Empyrean Fertile Star shot a glance at the Empyrean beside him. Those Empyreans retreated one after another, similarly not daring to enter casually. The door seemed to be open, but who would dare to casually enter? At that time, it would be a matter of life and death. They did not want to lose their lives here. They still had a lot of things they wanted to do. "I'll enter." At this time, there was an Empyrean who was very bold and took the lead to charge in. They felt that this was their only chance to turn things around. If he could get his hands on some top-notch treasures, he would be able to turn things around, especially some of the more special treasures. Following that, a group of people rushed in uniformly. With someone taking the lead, others immediately followed. Empyrean Walker, and the others were very satisfied with this situation. This was the effect they wanted. "Divine Lord Tianyun, this way." Venerable Feng Qiu stepped forward and chose one of the doors. Miss Feng Qiu, why are you in such a hurry? Wouldn't it be better to let the group in front explore the path first? It will be much safer this way. I'm sure you've sensed it along the way. There are many dangerous places, and it's easy to fall into danger. Emperor Star's expression changed when he saw this. Emperor Tungwu similarly wanted to persuade, but he had long lost all face. How could he still say it? Now, this opportunity had been snatched away by Emperor Wise Star. I'm very sorry. I'm not the kind of person who is afraid of death. Feng Qiuzun said indifferently, especially the door here. I was the one who opened it. Naturally, it was opened by me personally. After saying this, Feng Qiuzun brought Yi Tianyun to one of the doors and quickly disappeared in the light. Emperor Star's gaze turned cold as he said, hatefully, really stubborn. These women are so stubborn. If not for your reputation and talent, I wouldn't even bother with you. Emperor Star was very unhappy. Beside him, Emperor Tungwu sneered and quickly followed. He didn't choose any other path. He just followed Yi Tianyun. Without a doubt, he was heading towards Yi Tianyun's side, or towards Venerable Feng Qiu's side. Do all of you want to die? Emperor Star frowned and immediately walked forward. Let's go. In the end, he still chose to walk the same path as Venerable Feng Qiu. No matter what, it depended on the opportunity. Who knows, he might be able to save the damsel in distress. What they fancied was Venerable Feng Qiu's reputation. It was similar to what Yi Tianyun fancied. It was this saintess-like reputation. If she could join their forces, it would definitely be greatly improved. But Venerable Feng Qiu did not want to join anyone. Even her savior was not willing to join. Yi Tianyun and Venerable Feng Qiu chose this path. They were the first batch. The people before them all chose the other two paths. The main reason was that Venerable Feng Qiu chose this path. They did not fight with her. Emperor Feng Qiu, you chose this path. Is there any information? Yi Tianyun saw that Venerable Feng Qiu did not even think before choosing this path. He was slightly puzzled. There is no information. It's completely a random guess. Venerable Feng Qiu smiled. A smile filled with friendliness greeted him. It really had the effect of purifying one's soul. A random guess. Yi Tianyun shrugged helplessly. But you were able to get 2 keys. You must be fated with this place. I really did not know that Venerable Feng Qiu would be interested in this place. I thought that you would not care about anything. You only know how to walk around and save those who are in trouble. Venerable Feng Qiu was silent. She did not say anything. To Yi Tianyun, it was a tacit admission that she was interested in this place. And she came with a purpose. Seems like I was right. I believe that there is something you want in here. Or perhaps you really have some relationship with the owner of this place. Yi Tianyun squinted at her and said, I do have some relationship, but compared to that, this place is more dangerous. I hope that Divine Lord Tianyun will follow me and not wander around. I can at least ensure your safety. It can be considered a form of repayment to you. As for how many opportunities you can obtain here, that will depend on your own luck. Venerable Feng Qiu did not reveal everything. She did not know Yi Tianyun well. It was normal that she did not confess everything. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. From these words, he could tell that Venerable Feng Qiu really knew the way. She even knew how to go. How could it be like what she said, that it was a blind guess? In fact, Yi Tianyun also knows how to go about this. From the blueprint he obtained before, this is the right way to go. There was only one path that could lead to the innermost space. The other 2 paths were not wrong. There were still some treasures to speak of. Chapter 1475. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was only at the Divine Monarch's 7th level, and had not changed much, causing Feng Qiuzun to think that he was only at the divine monarch level. He did not even have the cultivation of an Empyrean, and still came here alone. He was really bold. So she took up the responsibility of protecting him. After all, Yi Tianyun had saved her before, although she had asked for payment, but to her, it was not enough to completely repay this kindness. After entering, there was still a long walkway inside, and the surroundings did not change much, but there was light coming from all directions, and it looked very strange. Even the ground was constantly emitting light, and it looked a little strange. A blue light flashed in Yi Tianyun's eyes, and the scene in front of him appeared in front of him. There were small hidden formations everywhere, and they were very well hidden. If not for his grade increasing, he really would not have been able to see them. These small formations were really too well hidden. Even some divine engraver of a high grade might not be able to discover them. As for the power, Yi Tianyun probed a little, and they were all killing formations. If one really stepped on them, they could be seriously injured or even die. He did not expect that there would be so many dangerous formations here. If those people thought that after opening it would be safe inside, then they were too naive. There was a large formation set up everywhere, as if it was specially set up to exterminate all intruders. Follow my footsteps, you cannot make a single mistake, or else even I cannot save you. Feng Qiuzun's expression was serious, and she put away that amiable smile from before and walked step by step inside. Obviously, she knew how dangerous it was inside, and even if she was familiar with this place, she had to be careful, or else she would not even know how she died. I know, Yi Tianyun responded. He didn't point it out. Wherever there was a formation or something, he just followed along. He wanted to see where Feng Qiuzun would bring him, or perhaps he wanted to see how Feng Qiuzun's character was. When Feng Qiuzun's loyalty to him did not reach 100, she might betray him. Maybe later on, when she encountered danger or some special treasure, she might kill him. After all, his cultivation was only at the divine monarch level. To her, it was just a matter of one move. An upper-level Empyrean and a divine lord. The difference between them didn't need to be imagined. Immediately, Feng Qiuzun slowed down her pace, walked forward step by step. Yi Tianyun also followed step by step. These steps all happened to land in the gaps of the numerous formations. There was only one gap in each area. Just from this, one could tell that Feng Qiuzun was familiar with the environment here. If not, she would not be able to find the way so easily. Venerable Feng Qiu, it seems like you are very familiar with this place. Yi Tianyun followed behind, and at the same time, he started to talk leisurely. He was naturally not afraid of going the wrong way. Feng Qiuzun might be afraid of going the wrong way, but he was not. His heaven eye was always open, so he could see everything that was going on. Although he knew that Empyrean Feng Qiu would not harm him, but he had to be careful. Who knew if Empyrean Feng Qiu had forgotten? If they triggered the array here, they would really be finished. Don't speak. Feng Qiuzun's expression was still very serious, looking around to prevent herself from going the wrong way. Yi Tianyun saw how serious Feng Qiuzun was, and could only obediently shut his mouth. It seemed like Feng Qiuzun knew the path, but she was not familiar with it, at least not the type that she walked often. Otherwise, Feng Qiuzun would definitely walk forward casually, and not carefully step by step. At this time, Empyrean Tong Wu and the rest caught up, and just as they came up, they saw that Yi Tianyun and the rest were already far ahead. At the same time, their figures were somewhat hazy, and they could not see the situation under their feet. This was all because of the light emitted, causing them to be unable to clearly see Feng Qiuzun's footsteps in case they knew where to go. Chase after them. Empyrean Tong Wu signaled for his subordinates to go first. One of the lower-level Empyreans looked around. and then tentatively walked forward. Just as he stepped into the passage, countless rays of light pierced through, directly turning this lower-level Empyrean into a sieve. "Come back!" Empyrean Tong Wu was shocked and quickly hooked his subordinate back, but this lower-level Empyrean was already on the verge of death. His whole body was covered in dense wounds, looking terrible, and it was unknown how many times his soul had been pierced. "Damn it, it's all attack arrays in front. How does that woman know how to go?" Empyrean Tong Wu looked at his subordinate, feeling very angry, and quickly signaled his other subordinates to heal him. No matter what, he was an Empyrean. As long as he was not dead, he could not be wasted. "Empyrean Tong Wu, thank you for trying. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know that the power of the array here is so strong. Speaking of which, if there was no problem with your key, I believe that Empyrean Fengqiu would definitely bring you in. Now, TSK, what a pity." At this time, Empyrean Tong Wu also came up, and when he saw the Empyrean on Empyrean Tong Wu's side was injured, he felt very refreshed and couldn't wait for Etynerian Tong Wu's side to be destroyed. "I'll say it again, my key is not fake. As for how that kid got the key, I don't know either. Maybe it's an extra key that came out." Empyrean Tong Wu explained coldly. "No need to explain to me. Want to explain to Empyrean Fengqiu, but now she definitely won't believe you." Empyrean Tong Wu came to the front here, sized it up carefully, and said coolly, "Don't say anything else. Cooperate for the time being. How about it?" "Cooperate? How to cooperate?" Empyrean Tong Wu looked at him coldly and said, "Very simple. We came this time for nothing more than to obtain the treasures here. But I can tell that you're a little more interested in that kid and Empyrean Fengqiu. Let's make a deal. You want the people. I want all the treasures. How about it?" Empyrean Tongxing got up and said coolly after inspecting this place, "Coveting all the treasures, your appetite is really big enough. Do you think that I don't know what you're eyeing?" Empyrean Tong Wu said in a cold voice, "Dragon Sovereign Temple's most precious, apart from a pile of Empyrean-level treasures. There's also the bloodline of an ancient Empyrean. The bloodline of an ancient Empyrean is the most important. Do you take me for a fool? Ancient Empyrean bloodline, is it? Then I'll give you a small share. How about it? One has to know the grand array here isn't that easy to crack. We just happen to have the corresponding divine inscription master on our side and can break through bit by bit. Otherwise, don't even think about going in." Empyrean Tongxing suggested, "You're merely paying more attention to Empyrean Fengqiu at that time. Just forcefully possess her will do. I feel that compared to the ancient Empyrean bloodline, it's much more precious." Empyrean Tong Wu's eyes narrowed, seemingly a little moved. "Can I wait here for her to come out?" Empyrean Tong Wu said in a cold voice. "Then why don't you give it a try? I don't believe that there's only one exit here. If it's too late, they'll run." Empyrean Tongxing said fiercely. "Okay, cooperate." Empyrean Tong Wu said in a cold voice. "At that time, I want that kid's life, and also that Empyrean Fengqiu's life, to make her completely submit to me." Chapter 1476. The two great forces once again came to an agreement. After weighing the pros and cons, both sides immediately knew what to do. The two forces both had their own needs, their thoughts and goals were different, so naturally it was easy to work together. For example, Empyrean Tong Wu paid more attention to Venerable Fengqiu. He also wanted the treasure, but from the looks of it, it was not so easy to obtain. Empyrean Huaxing was interested in Venerable Fengqiu, but not as interested as Empyrean Tong Wu, so he could choose to give up. In his view, obtaining the treasure was the most important thing. Everything else was superficial. They immediately began to research where the gap was and how to successfully pass through here. Not only did Empyrean Huaxing have a divine carving master, In fact, Emperor Tong Wu also had a divine carving master, and with the two working together, it would undoubtedly speed up the search. In a short while, they immediately found the correct route and followed them step by step, chasing towards the area that Yi Tianyun and the others were heading towards. As they painstakingly caught up step by step, Yi Tianyun and Emperor Fengqiu had already passed more than half the distance, and there was still a small half that they had not passed. Along the way, Venerable Fengqiu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, evidently from nervousness. After all, the power of the Great Formation here was not weak, and even an upper-level Empyrean like her could not easily resist it. The main thing was that one wrong step could easily lead to many mistakes, so she absolutely could not make a single mistake. Because she was too focused, it caused her mental strength to be severely exhausted, and her forehead was covered in sweat. In contrast, Yi Tianyun was relaxed, without any sense of nervousness. The next step should be here. Venerable Fengqiu stepped to the side, and behind her, Yi Tianyun's expression changed, and he hurriedly wanted to call out to her, but it was already too late. Venerable Fengqiu stepped, but the place she stepped on was naturally not the right place, but the wrong place. Xiu xiu xiu. Countless beams of light continuously shot out from the walls, and even the ground, piercing towards her. She was startled, and just as she was about to resist, a large hand suddenly wrapped around her waist and pulled her back at an extremely fast speed. Pung, pung, pung. The beams of light kept hitting the walls before disappearing. They did not affect the surroundings at all. At the same time, they did not affect the area where Yi Tianyun was. This place was divided according to region, so there wouldn't be a situation where triggering a large formation would lead to danger everywhere. If that was really the case, he would have to start all over again after taking one wrong step. Fengqiu, you were almost beaten into a sieve. Yi Tianyun put her down. If he had not been faster, Fengqiu would have been turned into a sieve. Even though her cultivation wasn't bad, and she could block quite a few attacks, she would still suffer some injuries. Thank you. Fengqiu's face turned red. She did not think that she would remember wrongly. She had thought that she would be the one protecting Yi Tianyun, but now it seemed that Yi Tianyun was the one helping her. It doesn't matter. Where do we go now? Yi Tianyun pointed ahead. This. I forgot. Fengqiu thought for a moment, then shook her head. What? You forgot? Yi Tianyun was stunned. He did not think that Fengqiu would forget. In a situation where she did not remember clearly, she still dared to come here. I really don't remember much about this. I came here a long time ago. I only remember a bit. I don't remember much now. Fengqiu blushed, feeling very embarrassed. That means, starting from here, you don't remember much? Yi Tianyun pointed at the passage in front and asked. No, I don't remember much of it. For example, I don't remember much of the place in front. I only remember a bit of the place in front. Fengqiu shook her head. You've been here before. Looks like you really have been here before. You really do have some relationship with the owner of this place. Yi Tianyun smiled. As expected, as they advanced, she exposed more and more things. Didn't I say it before? I do have some relationship. Fengqiu's gaze turned to the formation in front, and she frowned. The key is how to break this place. That is the key. In terms of formations, I'm not very familiar. Do we have to try again and again? If we try again and again, it will take at least a few months to finish. Yi Tianyun rolled his eyes at her. He had thought she was a strong teammate who knew she was a trap. The area in front of them was not big, but there were so many places, only one was correct, so it would take a long time to try. This time might be longer, or it might be shorter. But now, we can only try like this. Fengqiu sighed. How about this? Let me try and see how my luck is. Yi Tianyun pointed to the front. Try your luck. Feng Qiuzun was taken aback, then shook her head. That's not reliable. If I try, it's fine, but if you try, you'll be easily injured. All right, I'll let you try. I'll explain. How about it? Itianyan smiled. No problem. It's all trying anyway. Feng Qiuzun nodded. She was not a divine engraver, so she naturally did not know how to go in this area. She could only try. Then let's start from here. Tianyan pointed to an empty space in front, indicating for her to jump there. Okay. Feng Qiuzun prepared everything, quickly summoning 2 Empyrean spirit treasures to protect her body, as if she was facing a great enemy. Then she lifted her foot and stepped forward, landing on the ground in front of her. When she was prepared to be attacked, she found that nothing happened, which meant she had walked to the right place. No, nothing. Feng Qiuzun was shocked. She did not expect to succeed on the first try. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Looks like your luck is not bad. You succeeded on the first try. Tianyan said with a smile. This luck is indeed not bad. Feng Qiuzun did not know what to say. Succeeding on the first try made her feel that it was inconceivable. She originally had the thought of trying many times, but who knew that she would succeed on the first try? This was something she had not expected. Didn't I say that my luck is not bad? Tianyan smiled as he stepped over, looking ahead. Do you have an impression of what's ahead? I have a little impression. I'll continue to lead the way. Feng Qiuzun did not think too much. She really thought that Tianyan's luck was heaven-defying. That was why he succeeded on the first try. Then she continued to lead the way a few more times, but her memory became blurry again, and she forgot the road ahead. You forgot again? Tianyan was speechless. Yes, I forgot a little. The memories from when I was young are not very deep. Feng Qiuzun said, awkwardly. Then let's continue trying. I think we'll go over there. Tianyan pointed to the area in front. Feng Qiuzun lifted her foot. There was still no problem. One step was right. Feng Qiuzun was shocked again and said to Tianyan, You're right again. Chapter 1477. If he guessed it the first time, then forget it. If his luck was good, he could guess it the first time. But now that he guessed it the second time, she was horrified. But looking up and down at Tianyan, she couldn't see any flaws. She felt that Tianyan shouldn't be a divine carving master. Even if he was, he couldn't find a flaw in it in such a short time. If that was the case, then wasn't it too amazing? The grade had to be at least 6th or 7th grade. Tianyan's cultivation was only at the divine monarch level. In her opinion, he couldn't be a high-level divine carving master. So there was only one possibility, and that was that his luck defied the heavens. He really guessed it right. It wasn't that there weren't such people. There really were cultivators with heaven-defying luck who could guess it right easily. Your luck is really amazing. You are the luckiest cultivator I've ever seen. Feng Qiuzun shook her head. If not for you, I would have spent a lot of time here, and it would have been very difficult to reach the end. It's fine, just a bit of luck. If not for Feng Qiuzun bringing me here, I probably wouldn't have made it here. Tianyan smiled. Feng Qiuzun nodded, feeling that it was true. If one could continue defying the heavens, this wasn't just luck, it was simply knowing the right path. Occasionally being right once or twice was understandable, but if it was always right, how could it be luck? I should still remember the path behind. Let's continue. Feng Qiuzun continued to lead Tianyan forward. Her memory was fragmented, and it was already not bad that she could remember most of it. Even without Tianyan leading the way, she could try it bit by bit without any problems. She just needed to spend a bit more time. With her ability, there wasn't much pressure on her to protect herself. She just needed to spend a bit more time. Feng Qiuzun finally led him step by step on the right path. The impression towards the back would probably be deeper, so that it would be smoother and smoother. But when he was young, it was normal not to remember much. It wasn't like now. His memory was amazing. If he wanted to remember something, there wasn't any pressure at all. As Feng Qiuzun was leading the way, they passed through easily, and finally Yi Tianyan saw an exit ahead. He could finally leave this damned place. The exit is just ahead. Venerable Feng Qiu's eyes lit up. Even if she could remember it later, she could not guarantee that it was correct, so her nerves were still stretched taut. When she saw the exit, she could finally heave a sigh of relief. It had been a dangerous journey. After passing through several large formations, he stepped out of the gate and finally exited through it. Yi Tianyan also took a step forward and walked out of the tunnel. What appeared in front of him was not a treasure vault, but a huge golden tree. The golden tree grew there, its thick branches and leaves spreading out in all directions, enveloping the huge temple. Golden tree! When Yi Tianyan raised his eyes and saw this giant tree, he was shocked. The gigantic golden tree covered the entire area, but that wasn't the main point. It wasn't strange for a special area to have a giant tree. What was shocking was that this giant tree was a divine tree, golden tree, middle-level Empyrean level cultivation. The golden leaves on its body could be used to refine weapons or pills. Its golden tree sap could even be used to strengthen the physique. In an emergency, it could turn into countless sharp blades and reap the lives of others. It was a tree demon. Its strength was shocking. Tree demon. The golden tree in front of him was actually a tree demon. Tree demons weren't anything special. The main point was that this was a middle-level Empyrean tree demon. Its strength was powerful. It could definitely kill millions of enemies. Just as he entered, Yi Tianyan immediately felt that he was locked on. A killing intent surrounded him from all directions. And at the same time, the branches in all directions started to tremble, preparing to fight at any time. "Little Gold, don't be nervous. It's me." At this time, Empyrean Feng Qiu called out softly, indicating that the golden tree shouldn't be nervous. "Little Gold." When Yi Tianyan heard this, he felt like vomiting blood. She actually called him Little Gold. But thinking about it, she had said that she had come to this area before, that she was young and immature. Calling him Little Gold was not a problem. With Empyrean Feng Qiu's shout, the golden tree really didn't have any killing intent, and immediately shook twice at her, as if expressing its happiness. At the same time, a few branches from the side wrapped around her. Empyrean Feng Qiu did not refuse. She reached out to grab the branch, gently comforting it, smiling slightly, a warm aura pervading the place. This golden tree couldn't speak. Even if it broke through to Empyrean level, some still couldn't speak. But it could clearly express its meaning, and at the same time, it could transmit energy and information. It was no different from being able to speak. Now that the branches wrapped around her, it was actually talking to Empyrean Feng Qiu. "I know, it's been hard on you all these years. It's always been hard on you. This time, I came here to bring you away. Uncle has already left. There's no meaning in staying here." Empyrean Feng Qiu lightly touched the branch, her face full of worry. Rustle. The branches made rustling sounds, as if they were crying. Golden leaves continuously fell, turning into balls of golden flames, as if they were worshipping something. Yi Tianyan watched from the side. He could feel the sorrow that pervaded the hall. From this simple conversation, he already understood that the master of the Dragon Sovereign Shrine was related to Empyrean Feng Qiu. No wonder she was familiar with this place. How could she not know her uncle's shrine? After a long time, they finally finished their simple reminiscing. Under Empyrean Feng Qiu's wave, the enormous golden tree quickly shrunk, turning into an extremely small tree, and then jumped over, landing on Empyrean Feng Qiu's palm. This made Eteonyon feel very envious. He had taken in an Empyrean just like that, and it was a spirit medicine type Empyrean. Her entire body was a treasure. If he could get his hands on her, it would greatly strengthen the three realms god domain. If I can recruit this little girl into my sect, won't they all be mine? Yi Qianyun's gaze flashed, but Empyrean Fengqiu was really hard to swallow. Two great god domains were not willing to recruit her. He did not know what conditions he had to offer to swallow her. I almost forgot. These are for you. For you, they will be of great help. At this time, Empyrean Fengqiu came to Yi Qianyun's side, taking down a dozen golden leaves and handing them to him. As the saying goes, everyone who sees it has a share. But what he got was the leaves. Empyrean Fengqiu got the golden tree. Chapter 1478. The golden tree was a good thing. If Yi Qianyun came in alone to suppress it, he should be able to suppress it, but it might be difficult. The conditions here were too good for it. If it was used, it would be equivalent to dealing with the entire revered dragon ancient ruins. The difficulty would not be small. When they wanted to continue forward, the golden tree in Fengqiu's embrace suddenly trembled violently. Then it jumped to the side, rooted to the ground, and started to grow rapidly. When it was almost the height of a person, it started to emit a dazzling golden light. This is a breakthrough. Yi Qianyun discovered that the golden tree had started to frantically absorb the energy around it. The great formation on the ground started to flicker, and were all activated by it. An endless stream of energy was gathered by the great formation, and then gathered here. The entire hall started to shake. It meant that the great formation here was really strong, but it was just a simple energy-gathering great formation. If the golden tree was stationed here, it would really be able to continuously absorb energy to replenish its own consumption. In battle, it would definitely be the strongest guard. This kind of plant-type life form had astonishing life force. As long as it had enough energy, it could recover at an astonishing rate. But now it was breaking through. Yi Qianyun guessed that it might have met Fengqiu and obtained some enlightenment, and broke through to a higher level. Previously, its cultivation was at the middle-level Sky Sovereign level. When it broke through, it would be the late-level Sky Sovereign level. For a demon tree, it was a very astonishing level. Fengqiu had specially rushed over. One of the reasons was probably to take away the golden tree. Yes, it is breaking through. Then we will stay here to protect it. Fengqiu said apologetically, "It's fine. You are just worried that other cultivators will come. At that time they might attack it." Yi Qianyun knew what she was thinking. When it was breaking through, it was at its weakest, and it was easy for others to subdue it. Yes, I don't know when those people will come. Just in case, I will stay here to protect it. I came here to take some important things. The rest of the treasures can be given to you. Fengqiu said. As for some special things, some of them are not something I can obtain. It will all depend on our luck. Fengqiu was not invincible. Although she was related to the owner of this place, it did not mean that it could be opened just for her. Therefore, there were still some things that she couldn't take away. Yi Qianyun nodded and didn't insist. He sat down on the side and waited for the golden tree to break through. The golden tree's breakthrough looked rather slow, but it did not require any heavenly tribulation. As long as it absorbed enough energy to replenish its energy, it would be able to successfully break through. Therefore, all that was needed was time and nothing else. Then, the two of them sat down to meditate to protect the golden tree. As time passed, the light emitted by the golden tree became purer and purer. Time passed quickly, and the golden tree behind him grew stronger and stronger. From the looks of it, he would be able to make a breakthrough soon. Almost there. I need a little more time to break through. Fengqiu looked at the golden tree behind him and could roughly sense it. Yes, I still need a little more time. Yi Qianyun nodded. He could also feel that the golden tree's condition had already entered the final stage. All the leaves on the golden tree began to fall, and then they quickly turned into piles of energy and merged into the ground. They once again turned into rich nutrients to provide him with energy. If he thought that the transformed leaves could be taken away by them, then he was too naive. The demon tree's breakthrough still required more energy. His own leaves were equivalent to energy reserves, and they would fall when he broke through so that he could absorb them to break through. This is the golden tree? That's great. I didn't think that there would be a golden tree here. It's indeed not bad. It's said that the golden tree's effects are not bad. If we bring it back to our faction and plant it, it will greatly increase the effect of nurturing disciples. Just this golden tree alone is worth all the effort we put in to come here. Tianyan looked up. Apart from Emperor Tong Wu and Emperor Wuxing, who else could it be from the entrance? They brought a group of powerhouses in. There were more than a dozen Empyreans, and the lowest cultivation base was a lower-level Empyrean. They immediately surrounded the place. Emperor Feng Qiu's expression changed. What she was worried about had finally come. These people would definitely plunder everything. They would not let anything go. Yo, looks like it's still breaking through. Take the chance to subdue it. If we wait for it to break through, it will be much more difficult to subdue it. Emperor Wuxing's eyes lit up when he saw the golden tree breaking through. You dare. Emperor Feng Qiu stood up and looked at them coldly. Light was released from her body, and it turned into a cyclone that circulated beside her. When Emperor Feng Qiu erupted, she did not have the slightest bit of her usual friendliness. She was still filled with killing intent. Why wouldn't we dare? With just the two of you? Emperor Wuxing and the others laughed disdainfully. They felt that Yi Tianyan's side was so laughable. The two of them wanted to protect the golden tree? That's right. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Perhaps we might be afraid of you outside, but what about here? Who will know about you? If we kill you, no one will know that we did it. Emperor Tong Wu's eyes were filled with viciousness. He looked her up and down and sneered, "Be sensible and choose to surrender. Sign an oath with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Emperor Tong Wu's aura directly exploded. Killing intent surged over. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Emperor Feng Qiu. If he couldn't get it, then he would destroy it. If it was obtained by other forces, it would be a future trouble. Emperor Feng Qiu looked at them coldly. It seemed that these people had nothing to fear. They were no longer worried about her influence here. There were no other forces here, so she was naturally not afraid of being found out. You boy, you dare to ruin my plans. Later, watch as I peel off your skin layer by layer. I'll let you know what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Emperor Tong Wu looked at him fiercely, his eyes filled with killing intent. The one he wanted to deal with the most now was still Yi Tianyan. He had ruined his plans before. How could he let him go? It seems that I've harmed you. Emperor Feng Qiu shook her head and smiled bitterly. Facing so many Empyreans, even if she could escape, Yi Tianyan could not. Chapter 1479. Yi Tianyan wasn't worried about this at all. He was still relaxed. Looking at the many Empyreans surrounding them, he smiled in satisfaction. Oh, it seems like you think that it's just the two of us. Yi Tianyan smiled lightly. What, you have helpers? Emperor Tong Wu turned his head and looked to the side. He didn't see any cultivators. Did you rush over here? But so what? There are a lot of great arrays here. Our people have spent a lot of effort to break them one by one. Even if you have helpers, it will be a matter of time before you can do it. Emperor Tong Wu was right. They all knew that it was extremely difficult along the way. It took a lot of time to crack the arrays one by one. Moreover, they had several divine carver masters to be able to do it so quickly. If it were other cultivators, it would be hard to say, but no matter what, it would take several months to reach here. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about anything. By the time they rushed over, Tianyun and the others would have already been subdued. Of course not. Tianyun waved his hand. Empyrean Yuqian and the others came out. Suddenly, there were 4 Empyreans. The sudden change stunned them. They didn't expect that someone would be willing to put others in their inner world. Empyrean Tungwu and the others didn't dare to do so. Even their own subordinates wouldn't be allowed to enter their inner world. Now, a divine lord had placed 4 Empyreans in his inner world. It was really amazing. Let alone Empyrean Tungwu, even Empyrean Fengxiu was shocked. She really didn't think that Tianyun would bring 4 Empyreans. You are Empyrean, Li? At this time, an Empyrean next to him immediately recognized Empyrean Li. The vast divine sect had a bit of fame. Some of their Empyreans were famous. For example, Empyrean Li was very powerful. Since he was often outside, it was normal for him to have a bit of fame. Yes, it's me. Empyrean Li and the others already knew the details of the situation. They also knew that the golden tree behind them was breaking through. So, you are all disciples of the vast divine sect. The Empyrean on the side glanced around and roughly saw some things. These people were disciples of the vast divine sect. A disciple of the vastness god sect. Heavenly Venerable Tungwu looked ahead and sneered. I remember now. I heard that the new force is from the vast divine sect. How bold of you to try and seize power from us. I remember now as well. I've always heard that the new faction is impossible to break through, and it seems that the heavens are looking out for them. They've even created a barrier that we can't break through. We've lost so many powerhouses. We have to settle this debt. Nearby, Empyrean Wise Star's eyes turned cold, and his resentment soared. When they thought of this matter, they became angry. Perhaps they didn't go there personally, but when they heard that there was a problem with their own forces, they were definitely furious. Speaking of which, your master seems to have returned to the heavenly cultivation god realm. Celestial Lord Tungwu looked at them and sneered. Your status seems to have risen. You might be a little fearful outside, but who would know if I killed you here? Yes, the vast divine sect should have been eliminated long ago. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant then. Only now did Empyrean Fertile Star and Empyrean Tungwu truly join forces. This made them even angrier. This time, they wanted to silence all of them, exterminate all of them. Each and every one of them billowed with rage, fiery light shooting out from their eyes, wanting to exterminate them. Looks like summoning people out. Not only did it not make them afraid, it aroused their killing intent even stronger instead. This was actually all within the scope of Yi Qianyun's expectations. But no matter what, they had to be released. Fighting together, they could resist a portion of the powerhouses. There were 5 upper-level Empyreans present, 8 or 9 middle-level Empyreans, and several lower-level Empyreans too. Adding up, the number was not small. On Yi Qianyun's side, including Empyrean Fengxiu, there were only 6. Among them, there were only 3 upper-level Empyrean level. Compared to that side, the disparity was still rather obvious. As for the middle-level Empyrean side, the disparity was even greater. It was simply the level of suffering a crushing defeat. Especially in their view, Tianyun was overlooked even more. How strong was a divine lord? This meant that there were only 4 who could fight. Tianyun was eliminated from the start. So how could he have any lethality? If you want to destroy our vast divine sect, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Qianyun's gaze swept across them, and a star god spear quickly appeared in his hand, preparing for battle. Whether or not I can destroy your vast divine sect is another matter, but to destroy you all, it is more than enough. Emperor Tongwu looked at him coldly and said, especially you, killing you is as simple as stepping on an ant. Go, don't talk nonsense with them. If this continues, that golden tree will succeed in breaking through. Emperor Wishing had already prepared everything. Under the command, he immediately pounced forward. Nearly 20 Emperors surrounded them. Their goal was to first destroy Yi Tianyun and the others, then capture Emperor Fengqiu alive. Go! Emperor Yu Qian and the others rushed forward without hesitation, summoning their strongest Emperor spiritual treasures to fight the other side. Yi Tianyun did not move, squatting beside the golden tree, seemingly hiding behind it and not counterattacking, but in fact, he was protecting the golden tree. Now was the golden tree's weakest moment. If they forcibly collected it, they could basically suppress and collect it. After all, the energy had been used for breaking through, and there was basically no power to counterattack. Capture that kid for me. Don't even think about hiding behind it. Emperor Tong Wu gestured for his subordinates to capture Yi Tianyun. He also wanted to capture him alive. He had to kill Yi Tianyun with his own hands. If he was killed by others, he would not be able to vent his anger. Very quickly, 2 middle-level Emperors came over, wanting to capture Yi Tianyun alive. In their opinion, sending 2 middle-level Emperors was enough to capture Yi Tianyun. Originally, they wanted to send one, but they were afraid that something unexpected would happen, so they directly sent 2. Emperor Yu Qian and the others glanced over, then ignored them. But Emperor Fengqiu on the side shouted anxiously. They sent people to capture Lord Tianyun. Hurry back and protect him, or keep him in the inner world. Don't worry, junior brother Tianyun will be fine. Emperor Yu Qian and the others smiled faintly, as if they did not care at all. Chapter 1480. Venerable Fengqiu did not trust Yi Tianyun as much as Celestial Lord Yu Qian and the others. No matter what, it was her fault that Yi Tianyun caused this situation. When she wanted to turn around to help, Celestial Lord Tong Wu quickly intercepted her, waving 2 scythes and slashing towards her. The move was not fatal, but if she was hit, she would definitely be injured. Venerable Fengqiu could only flick 2 fingers. A wooden zither suddenly appeared in the void, and with a flick, it turned into countless light waves that spread forward. Dong! The 2 attacked each other once, and then immediately bounced back, no one gaining the upper hand. Want to save someone? Do you think it's possible? Celestial Lord Tong Wu smiled coldly. Capture him. First cripple his arms and legs for me. Let Miss Fengqiu see what the consequences of rejecting me are. The 2 celestial lords' gazes turned cold. A long sword quickly appeared in their hands, preparing to cut off Yi Tianyun's arms and legs. Venerable Fengqiu panicked, hurriedly shouting, "He has nothing to do with me. Don't hurt the innocent." "It has nothing to do with you, but it has to do with me," Celestial Lord Tong Wu said angrily. "Previously, he even messed up my plans. My key is definitely real, making me lose all face. If I don't kill him, I can't quell my anger." As they spoke, the 2 middle-level celestial lords had already surrounded them. "Kid, we only want your arms and legs. If you move, you might lose your head." One of the middle-level celestial lords waved his long sword lightly, wanting to cut off Yi Tianyun's arms and legs. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent, not affected in the slightest, as if what he was about to cut was not his arms and legs. "That's right, just like this, don't move." When they saw that Yi Tianyun did not move, they were overjoyed. They were really afraid that Etionyan would act recklessly, and if they were not careful, they would really cut him into two. Venerable Feng Qiu became more and more anxious, wanting to charge through Celestial Lord Tong Wu's defense several times, but to no avail. Celestial Lord Tong Wu was not weak. His cultivation was the same as hers, also at the genius level. Maybe Venerable Feng Qiu was a little stronger, but looking at the current situation, it would be impossible to break through in a short time. Don't be delusional. Just watch from here. Celestial Venerable Tungwu laughed loudly, his laughter full of carefree and gloomy coldness. He was finally ready to see Etionyan being severely punished, and he was even able to hear Etienne's miserable screams. These were all things that made him feel incomparably carefree. Heavenly venerate Yu Qian, and the others couldn't even be bothered to look over. Instead, they focused on fighting the others. They would be able to defend this place for a while. It was rather difficult to gain the upper hand in a short period of time. There was a huge disparity in their overall strength to begin with, so it was really impossible to kill them instantly. Empyrean Yu Qian could crush a middle-level Empyrean, but with other upper-level Empyreans intercepting her, she had no way of breaking through their defenses. Looks like that's the only way. Venerable Feng Qiu bit her lips. A white light flashed in her eyes, as though she was prepared to fight with her life on the line. Everything had started because of her, so she would be responsible for it. Just as she was about to explode, Etionyan suddenly disappeared. A cold light pierced through a middle-level Empyrean, followed by a multicolored pillar of light that erupted from the middle-level Empyrean's body. He didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a pile of blood mist. A middle-level Empyrean, dead. The other middle-level Empyrean did not even have time to react. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. This cold light similarly pierced through. By the time he summoned an even stronger Empyrean spirit treasure, the stellar divine spear was like a comet piercing through his body and causing a violent explosion. The second middle-level Empyrean, dead. After the two Empyreans died, they quickly turned into piles of experience that surged over, filling up his experience. The feeling of a middle-level Empyrean is different. I have more experience. Etionyan felt very satisfied, holding the stellar divine spear. He looked over and said indifferently, "Just two middle-level Empyreans? This isn't even enough for me to warm up. Can you send a little more?" The pupils of Empyrean Tong Wu and the rest constricted, completely frightened by this scene. Two middle-level Empyreans were instantly killed just like that, and it was even killed by a divine lord in an instant. Didn't they see wrongly? Empyrean Feng Qiu was similarly dumbfounded. The power that she wanted to erupt rapidly disappeared, unable to erupt. How is this possible? Is this still a divine lord? Empyrean Tong Wu flew into a rage and said, "Kill him for me. This kid must be hiding his strength." To be able to easily kill two middle-level Empyreans, he was definitely not a divine lord, but deliberately hiding his strength, which was why he was thought to be a divine lord. In reality, he was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, taking advantage of their carelessness to launch a ruthless sneak attack and annihilate them. Under the command, there were immediately 4 middle-level Empyreans and 1 upper-level Empyrean who rushed over to Etienne's side, no longer fighting with Empyrean Longming's side. This greatly reduced the pressure on Empyrean Longming and Empyrean CC. If this continued, they definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. 5 Empyreans surrounded him. How was this just a simple warm-up? They simply wanted to crush him. This is getting a little interesting. Etionyan saw them rushing over. It was about time to raise his cultivation. Facing so many Empyrean powerhouses, if he didn't raise his cultivation, he really wouldn't be able to deal with them. He wasn't a god. Even if he had the word god, it didn't mean that he was an omnipotent god. Level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to level 8 God Lord. Ding! Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to level 9 God Lord. Ding! Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to level 9 God Lord. After winning 3 levels in a row, his experience was immediately sucked dry. He was still a long way from reaching Empyrean level. Breaking through from level 9 God Lord to Empyrean required a lot of experience. It was comparable to all the experience of level 1 God Lord and level 9 God Lord combined. After leveling up, his aura suddenly surged, and his eyes were filled with a blazing fighting spirit. Die Kid, an upper-level Empyrean, rushed over, wanting to use the most violent method to smash Etianyan into a meat patty. This time, they weren't careless anymore. Instead, they treated Etianyan as a late-stage middle-level Empyrean or an upper-level Empyrean. If he didn't have this cultivation, how could he instantly kill a middle-level Empyrean? No matter how careless they were, a sneak attack from a lower cultivation would be extremely slow, enough for an Empyrean to react. Chapter 1481. Etianyan smiled faintly at the upper-level heavenly venerate that was the first to rush over. His figure flickered as he entered the void, completely disappearing from the upper-level heavenly venerate's line of sight. Void power! The upper-level Empyrean was greatly shocked. He never thought that there would be a human who could use the power of the void. Just as he was about to quickly search for Etianyan's figure, a figure had already appeared behind him, brandishing a long spear as it pierced downwards. Pucci, with a single spear strike, another middle-level heavenly venerable was instantly killed. Then, he continued to sweep through the crowd. In just a few short spear strikes, 3 middle-level Empyreans were instantly killed. The 4 middle-level heavenly venerates that had been sent out had been killed almost instantly. This level of sharpness was much stronger than before. This was the might of increasing one's cultivation. After increasing one's base value and activating Berserk damage mode, the damage would be greatly increased. Especially after the increase in his base value, the power of his bloodline would far exceed his previous level. Awesome! Etianyan felt extremely carefree. Even if he could kill a middle-level Empyrean before, it definitely wouldn't be as easy as it was now. With the breakthrough of the Divine Dragon and Phoenix Meridians, its power was even more terrifying. It could be said that he could sweep through all middle-level Empyreans. Although he didn't dare to say that he could defeat high-level Empyreans, middle-level Empyreans didn't feel any pressure at all. He could kill them as easily as chopping vegetables. The group of people was shocked. Why did it feel like he was even stronger than before? The key thing was that he was still giving off the cultivation of a divine monarch. But this Sir God's cultivation seemed to have increased? That's impossible. Is he really a Sir God? Their eyes were about to pop out. Mid-level Empyreans were like cabbages, easily harvested, unless it was an upper-level Empyrean, and a very powerful one at that. There was no way to easily harvest it. Of course, if it was a speed-type upper-level heavenly venerate, he could also easily kill them. The gap in cultivation was very difficult to make up for. But now, what Etianyan displayed was completely different. He was a divine sovereign, yet he could instantly kill a middle-level heavenly venerable. However, all of this was thanks to his bloodline, as well as his various abilities. When stacked together, it had a different effect. The power of the void allowed him to come and go without a trace. Coupled with his astonishing speed, especially after entering the void, he could directly teleport. Who could catch him? Unless it was someone with an extremely powerful cultivation or someone with an extremely special ability, it was impossible to catch him. Under this sneak attack, killing this middle-level Empyrean was not a difficult matter at all. Like I said, there's no need to worry about little junior brother. Sword C, Heavenly Venerable, and the rest laughed loudly and continued to slash. Compared to Itianyun, they were having a hard time. Their strength was outstanding, but they could not reach the level that Itianyun had reached. Most importantly, his speed was much slower than Itianyun's. Their eyes could barely keep up. His speed was astonishing, and his attack power was formidable. With the combination of these two, he was absolutely invincible. Of course, this was when facing middle-level Empyreans. It would not be so easy for upper-level Empyreans. It was precisely because of this that Itianyun would prioritize dealing with middle-level Empyreans. As for upper-level Empyreans, he could only slowly deal with them. Empyrean Fengqiu was really shocked from start to finish. No wonder Sword C, Heavenly Venerable, and the rest said not to worry. She thought that they were talking nonsense. Looking at it now, they really did not need to worry. It was simply heaven-defying. Not talking about anything else, there was no pressure at all to protect herself. Coming and going without a trace. No wonder he could come here alone. Turns out that he has some ability. But can a divine sovereign be that strong? It was her first time seeing such a powerful divine sovereign. She had never seen one before. It should be said that powerful divine sovereigns, she had actually seen them before. At most, she could deal with them when facing low-level Empyreans. If she went all out, she might even be able to kill them, especially when they were careless and ambushed them. This way, the success rate was the highest, but that was barely being able to kill them. Even if she could crush them, she could only crush low-level, early-level Empyrean or fight with middle-level Empyrean for a while. As for people like Itianyun, who could crush middle-level Empyreans, she really had never seen one before. To be able to do this, he was definitely a super genius and a peerless kind. This kid, Empyrean Tong, Wu was about to go crazy. Another 4 Empyreans were instantly killed. It made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. 1 Empyrean killed meant 1 less. The price needed to nurture an Empyrean was extremely high, not to mention middle-level Empyreans. Even low-level Empyreans were extremely expensive. Now, that 4 middle-level Empyreans were dead. It was simply too painful. Empyrean Wuxing was also dumbfounded. He thought that he could easily suppress them. Now it seemed that the one who posed the greatest threat was still a divine sovereign. What's going on? This kid is a little strange. Empyrean Wuxing frowned, and the powerhouses next to him became vigilant, especially those middle-level Empyreans. They even piled together so that they could take care of each other. The attacks against Empyrean CC and the others immediately slowed down, allowing Empyrean CC and the others to catch a breather. However, it was still not ideal. They had long been injured, facing so many Empyreans. How could they not be injured? They weren't Itianyun. They weren't that powerful. Fortunately, Empyrean Longming was tough enough. Otherwise, Empyrean CC would have been seriously injured. Itianyun glanced ahead and didn't stop. His figure flashed again, and he entered the void. When he entered the void, the group of Empyreans tensed up. Only the upper-level Empyreans were in a slightly better situation. They similarly locked down all the space, especially the surroundings around them. Itianyun definitely entered the void to attack them. He couldn't possibly escape, right? Hence, the upper-level Empyreans were all staring at the vicinity of middle-level Empyreans. They even closed in on Empyrean CC, wanting to force Itianyun out. Just as their nerves were stretched taut to the extreme, a bright light suddenly appeared behind one of the upper-level Empyreans. All of the power instantly pierced out. Regardless of whether it was the bloodline or the 5 elements core, or even the crazy damage mode. All of it erupted, raising the power to the maximum. The combat strength directly exploded. Boom! This attack fiercely blasted on the upper-level Empyrean. This upper-level Empyrean didn't even react in time. He thought that Eteonion would sneak attack a middle-level Empyrean, just like before, who knew that Eteonion didn't play by the rules and directly picked an upper-level Empyrean who was too relaxed against him to attack. The moment he attacked, the effect immediately appeared. Under the fierce attack, this upper-level Empyrean was directly blasted into pieces, nearly dying. Run, run! This upper-level Empyrean's head rapidly fled to the side. How could he still dare to stay here? He was considered lucky. With all kinds of protection for his head, he could escape this calamity. But before he ran far, a spear pierced down again, nailing this head in the void. Chapter 1482. This time, Eteonion did not play cards according to the routine, directly choosing an upper-level Empyrean with the least vigilance, and directly attacking with the strongest power. An upper-level Empyrean was an upper-level Empyrean. Under such circumstances, he could still escape with his head and soul. If not for Eteonion's sharp eyes and quick hands, he would really have successfully escaped. An upper-level Empyrean, not bad. Eteonion felt the experience constantly pouring in, making him feel very satisfied. The experience of an upper-level Empyrean was absolutely rich, and it was the explosive kind. It was just that facing breaking through to the Empyrean level, the required experience was still quite a bit lacking. The original 5 upper-level Empyreans became 4 now. The most difficult to die, the most precious upper-level Empyreans was gone just like that, making people's hearts ache terribly. Grooming an upper-level Empyrean was as difficult as grooming 10 middle-level Empyreans. This was just a numerical measure. In reality, it far exceeded the difficulty of grooming 10 middle-level Empyreans. The total resources seemed so much, but whether it could succeed or not was another matter. Hence, the death of an upper-level Empyrean immediately made Empyrean Tongwu's eyes turn red. He did not expect that in order to kill a divine lord, so many Empyreans were sacrificed. Even upper-level Empyreans were sacrificed. Help me hold back these upper-level Empyreans. Leave the rest to us. Eteonion tore the void again, his body stepping into the void, preparing to continue the slaughter. This time, he was targeting those middle-level Empyrean powerhouses. There were still 4 upper-level Empyreans left. Empyrean Fengqiu, and the rest resisting a little was still no problem. After all, the difference now was only 1 upper-level Empyrean. The pressure naturally would not be too great. On the contrary, there were still quite a few middle-level Empyreans. As long as all the middle-level Empyreans and lower-level Empyreans were wiped out, it would basically be considered settled. Even if they could not kill Empyrean Hua Xing and the rest, at least they would not pose too much of a threat to this side. Surround them! Surround them! Empyrean Hua Xing and Empyrean Tongwu and the rest all had red eyes, hurriedly sending voice transmissions to their companions, making them surround them and form an Empyrean Grand Formation. In an instant they surrounded them, forming 2 Empyrean Grand Formations, each Grand Formation different. Their factions were different to begin with, so the joint formation they used would naturally be different. After he used it, his power skyrocketed, reaching the peak in an instant. Previously, they felt that they had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't have to worry about this problem at all. Thus, they immediately used such powerful moves. At the same time, this kind of move also had a disadvantage, which was that it was not very flexible. Now that he had no choice but to use it, the powerful formation quickly locked down the area, locking down all the details. As long as Eteonion appeared from any direction, he would immediately be attacked. The combined might of a middle-level Empyrean was astonishing. It was definitely a powerful attack that surpassed that of an upper-level Empyrean. The most important thing was that he could defend everything. At the very least, he wouldn't be as passive as he would be if he acted alone. When he comes out, we'll seal off the space here, so that he can't even enter the void. When the time comes, you can launch a fierce attack. The middle-level heavenly venerables of the myriad heaven's sacred realm communicated with the sacred peak sacred realm heavenly venerables and made a detailed plan. One grand formation was mainly for sealing, while the other was mainly for attacking. When the two joined forces, they could definitely seal off Eteonion, heavenly venerable sword C, and the others were left to the side, and no one paid attention to them. Now that everyone was focused on dealing with Eteonion, who would care about them? Heavenly venerable sword C, and the others could finally heave a sigh of relief. After taking a few recovery pills for themselves, they came to the side and watched closely. Everyone is focused on little junior brother. I hope there won't be any problems. Heavenly venerable sword C, and the others shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They couldn't help much when they came out. It was already good enough that they could resist. Wanting to kill an Empyrean of the same level was still a little difficult for them. Especially when surrounded by so many Empyreans, it was already amazing to not be seriously injured, let alone easily kill them. They were already outstanding for being able to maintain it for so long. To be able to kill their way out of the encirclement of thousands of troops and horses, and even make a round and return after killing many powerhouses, this was ultimately the minority among the minority. Every one of them was a top-notch combination. By the time they were ready, they didn't find any trace of Eteonion, as if he had completely evaporated. Strange, where is he? These Empyreans were puzzled. They had prepared for so long, but they still didn't attack. If he doesn't come out, let's kill their companions first, and see if he comes out or not. At this time, Empyrean Tungwu and the others shouted, indicating for them to attack Heavenly Venerable Sword C and kill them first. Then, they would see if they could force Eteonion out. Immediately after, they locked onto Heavenly Venerate Sword C and Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry. Instantly, one of the arrays sealed the space around Heavenly Venerate Sword C and Heavenly Venerate Dragon Cry. Their surroundings were blocked by a transparent wall, and they were immediately sealed in a small region. This was their power. When they joined forces, their power was explosive, far exceeding their individual power. The faces of Heavenly Venerable Sword C and the others sank, and they all prepared to resist. There was no fear in their eyes. At most, they would die. There was nothing to worry about. This time, I don't believe how long you can hide. Celestial Venerable Tungwu attacked while paying attention to the situation over there. He was simply attacking and did not have the heart to fight at all. In other words, he was just holding Feng Qiuzun back and not letting her run away. Despicable. Venerable Feng Qiu said coldly, "You dare to call me despicable? I don't know who's the most despicable one. That kid hid his strength and is even hiding now. He's much more despicable than me." Celestial Venerable Tungwu turned his head and looked over. Suddenly, a cold light pierced through and went straight for Huanglong. Heavenly Venerable Tungwu was so frightened that his heart stopped beating. He hurriedly waved the scythes in his hands and swung them behind him. Boom! Because it was too sudden, Heavenly Venerate Bronze Marshal was blasted away and smashed into the ground. Rings of light radiated from his body. It was clear that he had an Empyrean spirit treasure on him. He also had other Empyrean level treasures protecting his body. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. Now, he was only slightly injured. It was not a big deal. Venerable Feng Qiu, join forces with me to kill him. The one who sneak attacked Heavenly Venerable Tungu was none other than Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun did not go and kill those upper-level Empyreans. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Heavenly Venerable Tungu. This move was to rescue the besieged. He ignored the powerhouses of the Grand Formation and directly killed Heavenly Venerable Tungu. Let's see how he would give the order. He did not believe that the others would not come to save the situation. All right. The xylophone in Venerable Feng Qiu's hands began to play rapidly. Rings of light blades quickly surrounded him. Every move was filled with killing intent. Chapter 1483. Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu was attacked from both sides. Yi Tianyun's every move was deadly, and Venerable Feng Qiu's light blades were also constantly attacking Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu. She did not have the demeanor of a saintess at all. Instead, she had become a goddess of death. Under the double attack, Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu fell into a dangerous situation all of a sudden. If not for his strong defense, he would really have been decapitated. Are you so afraid of death? Your whole body is covered in defensive equipment. What a coward, just like a turtle. Yi Tianyun constantly waved the Star Divine Spear at the side. Each move was deadly, and each move was filled with vast power. Under the fierce smashing of the spear, the halo of light emitted from Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu's body would become a little dimmer. If this were to continue, no matter how sturdy the defense was, it would be destroyed. Especially Venerable Feng Qiu's power, which was also extremely shocking. Countless light blades bombarded over, rubbing against the shield and making a very ear-piercing, creaking sound. Each move could leave a deep mark on it. This time, Heavenly Venerable Feng Qiu was really angry. Previously, because she was worried about Yi Tianyun, she did not perform very well. Now, it was different. She was determined to kill Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu, and her power naturally rose greatly. You dare to call me a turtle? Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu almost exploded in anger. He felt that Yi Tianyun was simply too much, but he had no way to fight back. Two powerful attacks were constantly bombarding outside. How could he resist? If he resisted even a little, he would probably lose an arm or a leg. Especially Yi Tianyun's ruthlessness, which was far beyond his imagination. His moves were not limited to this. He did have a lot of defensive equipment, but it did not mean that he was a coward. He just wanted to be safer. No matter what in the eyes of others, he was indeed a coward who always chose to defend and had no way to resist. In fact, it was not that he did not want to resist, but that he had no way to resist. The suppression of power forced him to retreat again and again. Pass, come and help. Force them to retreat. Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu shouted, motioning for his companions to come and save him. Immediately, those Heavenly Venerables who wanted to kill Heavenly Venerable Sword C flew over to save Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu. Heavenly Venerable Sword C and the others were once again abandoned and no longer attacked. This meant that Yi Tianyun's plan was a success. This was the effect he wanted. First, he killed Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu. Under their fierce attack, they would definitely send help. Under their fierce attack, they would definitely send help. Empyrean Wise Star had an ugly look on his face as he signaled his companions to go and help. They were all in the same boat now, and if Empyrean Martial Dragon's side was destroyed, they wouldn't be any better off. The two batches of Empyreans rushed over. Only when the two of them cooperated would they be able to display the strongest effect. One to block, and the other to attack. This was the best. Let's see how you escape this time. Celestial Venerable Tun Wu persisted, waiting for help to arrive. If he had been Tian Wu and Tian Heavens, he would not have been, Tian Wu would be able. If he had not been careless, he would have been able to suppress Etianyun and prevent him from escaping. Although he could enter the void at will, if the space was sealed or under fierce attack, he would not be able to enter easily. When the void was unstable, he would not be able to enter. Etianyun did not say a word. He was still waving his star god spear crazily, smashing down again and again, trying to break through the defense. Venerable Feng Qiu was equally anxious. If this continued, they could only choose to give up when reinforcements came. This defense is too strong. Stay away, let me subdue him. Venerable Feng Qiu transmitted, motioning for Etianyun to move to the side. You're going all out. Etianyun transmitted back. Yes, I can only go all out. After I'm done, I will be unable to move for a short period of time. I hope you can protect me then. Whether it's you or Little Gold, you cannot be hurt by them. Venerable Feng Qiu was about to erupt this time. She was not willing to erupt before, mainly because the side effects were too strong. But if she did not erupt now, what awaited them was death. She could only choose to erupt, killing these upper-level Empyreans first. The rest would be easier to deal with. There's no need to be like this. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Etianyun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of Empyreans rushing over, motioning for Venerable Feng Qiu not to be too rash. Venerable Feng Qiu was startled. Why was Etianyun telling her not to erupt at this critical juncture? Could it be that Etianyun had his own countermeasures? In the blink of an eye, 2 large groups of Empyreans had already surrounded them. Venerable Feng Qiu saw that it was already too late. She was prepared to ignore Etianyun's persuasion and was about to erupt with her strongest power. Suddenly, Etianyun turned and pounced towards a group of Empyreans, as if he was suicidal. He actually delivered himself to our doorstep, truly overestimating himself. They were overjoyed in their hearts. Although Etianyun's strength was very strong, with 2 large groups of powerhouses gathered together, the effect would be different. If they were combined, even a middle-stage upper-level Empyrean could be suppressed. Seal. One of the groups of Empyreans immediately chose to seal the space around Etianyun. This time, he didn't even have a chance to escape. Since space was sealed, it was naturally impossible to escape. Especially the power of the void, it was sealed in a small region. In this state, it was basically unable to display its previous effects, which meant that the power of the void had lost its effectiveness. Attack! At this time, another group of Empyreans started to attack Etianyun's side. When it was sealed, it was equivalent to catching a turtle in a jar. At this time, Etianyun revealed a trace of a cold smile. I've been waiting for this moment. The instant they attacked, Etianyun suddenly vanished from where he was. He directly used instant transmission and flashed to the center of their great array formation. With a sweep of his spear, he instantly killed 2 middle-level Empyreans. After the 2 middle-level Empyreans were instantly killed, the balance of the great array formation was instantly destroyed. The energy that erupted immediately flowed back, directly exploding within their bodies. Boom! With a loud bang, their explosive attacks were all rebounded back to them. One by one, they were blasted away, falling from the sky. If they weren't dead, they were injured. In an instant, the powerhouses of the Great Array Formation were disintegrated. It was extremely easy. This was the effect that Etianyun wanted. It was too troublesome to deal with them one by one. Dealing with them all in one go was the easiest and effortless way. As for the seal, it was indeed effective against his power of the void and could seal it. But don't forget, his true escape or sneak attack ability was instant transmission. Chapter 1484. Ding successfully killed a middle-level heavenly venerate. Obtained experience. Ding successfully killed a middle-level heavenly venerate. Obtained experience. Piles of experience kept pouring in. When the entire array was blown up, many cultivators still died. The attack that was originally enough to kill an upper-level heavenly venerate turned into an explosion inside the body. One could imagine how amazing the effect was, killing a large group in one go. Even if some didn't die, they were seriously injured and unable to move. This was the drawback of the joint array formation. Once there was an imbalance, it might lead to a backlash. The power of the backlash was quite terrifying. It might destroy a group, or it might sacrifice only one. Itianyan was waiting for the moment when their attacks condensed to the strongest and then fiercely counterattacked, resulting in the greatest effect. He had been waiting for this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked Heavenly Venerate Tungwu first. He first numbed their nerves and made them think that it was to attack Heavenly Venerate Tungwu. What he really wanted to deal with was this group of Heavenly Venerates. After killing them, a large number of Heavenly Venerates would be gone, and more than half of Heavenly Venerate Tongwu's subordinates would be gone. One could imagine how heartbroken that kind of feeling was. After paying such a price, it vanished into thin air just like that. Everything was gone. When Heavenly Venerate Tungwu saw the situation over here, he was stunned. His subordinates were all gone. Tianyan wouldn't be stunned like them. His figure flashed, and he came to the center of another group of Heavenly Venerates and directly swept over. They had also been maintaining the ceiling array all along. Hence, after scattering them, it would similarly cause a backlash. "Hurry, quickly disperse!" Heavenly Venerate Fertile Star roared, indicating for his companions to quickly disperse. But everything was too late. Tianyan's speed was faster than his shouting. It was too funny. The Stellar Divine Spear directly swept over the center of the array. Boom, boom. This array was also scattered by one move, and each and every one of them suffered a serious backlash. However, their situation was far better than the other group of powerhouses. At most, they suffered some injuries. They weren't on the verge of death or dead. However, their combat power was basically gone, and they were all seriously injured. The power needed to condense the ceiling area was similarly not low. Hence, the situation was not too ideal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tianyan quickly followed up with another shot. Basically, he killed one person with one shot. They couldn't even hide or escape. They were like targets standing there, waiting for him to attack. At this time, Heavenly Paragon Jianxi and the rest were not idle at all. They had already rushed over to help Tianyan kill these Heavenly Paragons. Similarly, they were able to kill one with a single move, and it was extremely easy. Little Junior Brother is too powerful. Even such a powerful formation could be easily broken. The power of the void is so strong that even the seal has no effect. It doesn't look like the power of the void, but it's our junior brother. The two of them took on the role of harvesting and began to harvest the heavily injured ones one by one. Seeing this scene, Emperor Tong Wu and the others roared and wanted to rush over to kill Tianyan. However, Emperor Yu Qian and the others erupted with formidable power and intercepted them. "You're all finished," Emperor Yu Qian, and the rest looked coldly at Emperor Tong Wu and the rest. Now, there were only a few upper Emperors left. Although they were similarly not easy to deal with, in the situation where there were no other obstacles, they at least did not need to worry about their attacks. Now that their momentum was lost, unless they fought desperately with each other, it was impossible for them to pose any threat. Watching Tianyan and the rest harvest their subordinates one by one, their hearts twitched in pain. Not that they had any feelings, but the Empyreans that they spent so much effort to nurture were gone, just like that. So many Empyreans died, causing the comprehensive level of their forces to plummet. Although celestial deities were the main combat power, Empyreans were the backbone and fresh blood. Without an endless stream of Empyreans coming up, how could celestial deities possibly appear? Go! Empyrean Wuxing did not hesitate at all, calling his other companions, turning around and fleeing. They were only left with 2 upper Empyreans. It was the same on Empyrean Tong Wu's side, bringing a batch of people. Now there were only 2 left, adding up to 4 people. The upper Empyreans, who were originally the main combat power, did not have any use here instead. It really made people feel ironic. Empyrean Wuxing was straightforward, fleeing without even thinking, directly leaving Empyrean Tong Wu here and bringing his companions to flee inside the dragon's sovereign temple. Even if there was no way to take revenge, they had to snatch the treasures back, no matter what. This was the key. As for the golden tree, they could only give up. If they still went to snatch the golden tree greedily, there would likely be danger. Even if they could resist each other, it would be hard to attack. Unless they went all out, only then would there be a possibility of winning. But this was seriously not worthwhile. It was also very dangerous. Under the circumstances where their comprehensive strength was about the same, going all out might cause them to suffer serious injuries. Suffering serious injuries at this critical juncture was not a good thing. Disregarding how dangerous it was ahead for the time being, just the Empyreans pouring over endlessly from behind might take advantage of people's perilous state. Their forces were not weak, but if they were killed here, who would know? Hence, after Empyrean Wuxing weighed the pros and cons, he could only choose to retreat first. At that time, he would find people to take revenge. Otherwise, if they clashed head-on now, the chances of victory were seriously too low. Empyrean Wuxing. When Empyrean Tong Wu saw Empyrean Wuxing retreat, his heart turned cold, and he roared angrily, "Didn't you say to resist them together?" Empyrean Wuxing did not even turn his head, nor did he even bother to say more than half a sentence. He ran right away. This speed was as fast as one wanted it to be. In the blink of an eye, he left them behind. Empyrean Tong Wu's heart sank. When he wanted to turn around and escape at the same time, everything was too late. Empyrean Yuqian and the others intercepted and surrounded them. Now, there were 3 upper-level Empyreans facing 2 upper-level Empyreans. The result was needless to say, especially when there was a special aberration like Tianyan. It was equivalent to 4 upper-level Empyreans in disguise. Those who come out to make a living will eventually have to pay. Tianyan flew over at this time. Behind him was a pile of corpses. They had long been eliminated by him. Empyrean Tong Wu's expression was ugly. Even if he had endless anger, he also wanted to escape now. But now, how could he escape? "Even if I die, I'll drag the few of you down with me." Empyrean Tong Wu brandished the scythe in his hand, his eyes filled with rage and fighting spirit. Even if he died, he would die standing and not kneeling. Is that so? Then let's try. Chapter 1485. After Empyrean Tong Wu was eliminated, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, they could have stopped Empyrean Tong Wu and the others, but Empyrean Yuqian and the others did not do so. This was because of comprehensive considerations that they chose to let Empyrean Tong Wu and the others go. In this way, wouldn't the remaining 2 be much easier to deal with? As for Empyrean Tong Wu and the others, there was no need to worry. Once they caught up, wouldn't they be able to get rid of them? They did not believe that it would be smooth sailing. Could they just take the things and leave? This was impossible. Not to mention the dragon's sovereign shrine. Even their own shrines would have all sorts of restrictions. These places could only be opened by themselves, so it would be too naive to think that they could casually take away the treasures. After being eliminated, They all stayed beside the golden tree to rest. The battle just now had consumed a lot of energy, and they needed to rest for a while. There is no need to worry about Empyrean Tong Wu. The grand array inside is even more dangerous. Many of their divine carver masters have died. If they want to break it, it will take a lot of effort. Empyrean Feng Qiu was more familiar with the situation here and naturally knew what was going on. They nodded and quickly recovered. Empyrean Feng Qiu looked at Yi Tianyun's side with a complicated gaze. No wonder Yi Tianyun had said to leave it to him. Now, it seemed that it was true. She had been overthinking, thinking that Yi Tianyun was just trying to be brave. Who knew that he was really strong? This situation was far beyond her imagination, and she was stunned. Yi Tianyun was meditating to recover at this time. He had also consumed a lot of energy. He was basically going all out, sweeping through everything in his way. The consumption was naturally astonishing, but he was not injured, and recovering was not a big problem. While they were recovering, the golden tree next to them emitted a thick golden light. Suddenly, golden leaves began to rapidly grow back on its body. This time, the golden leaves became even more golden, even more resplendent. Very quickly, from its original bare appearance, it became lush and looked quite beautiful. In less than a moment, the entire golden tree was covered with golden leaves, covering the entire golden tree, and quickly restored to its original appearance. This meant that the golden tree had completely recovered to its peak state and had successfully broken through. After it recovered, it began to tremble. Golden tree sap began to seep out of its body, and a few drops fell on their bodies. As soon as it landed on their bodies, it quickly seeped into their bodies and healed their injuries or recovered the energy they had consumed. More importantly, it had the effect of strengthening their physique. Their eyes lit up. The effect of the golden tree was indeed impressive. A little bit of the golden tree sap was enough to help them recover, and they might even be in a better state than before. Xiao Jin said, "Thank you for helping to protect him. This is your reward." Feng Qiuzun said with a smile. Even though the golden tree was in the midst of making a breakthrough, he had been paying close attention to the situation outside. In the end, it successfully resisted these people. It was intelligent and naturally knew that it had to repay them. The effect of the golden tree sap is really good. I've always heard of it, but I've never experienced it before. This time, I've experienced it. As expected of an extremely powerful demonic tree, it's equivalent to a spirit herb. Heavenly Venerable Sword sighed and turned to look at Heavenly Venerable Long Ming. "Senior brother, Long Ming, why don't you have this effect?" Heavenly Venerable Long Ming was a treant to begin with. They were both trees, so why was the difference so great? This is the same tree, different fates. Heavenly Venerable Long Ming glared at him and could not be bothered with him. The same spirit herb had different effects. It was naturally impossible for Heavenly Venerable Long Ming to have this kind of effect. However, his blood indeed had a healing effect. But compared to the golden tree, the difference was not just a little bit. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard their conversation. How could it be compared like this? This was like comparing cultivators with cultivators. The difference in bloodlines was astonishing. Everyone could feel this. It's about time. It's time to continue walking inside. Yi Tianyun stood up, his gaze sharp. Heavenly Venerable Fertile Star definitely could not let them off. Wanting to silence them all, then it would be their turn to silence this batch of people this time. If they were not exterminated, it would definitely be extremely troublesome in the future. Especially after going out, Heavenly Venerable Fertile Star would definitely announce to the outside that the vast divine sect wiped out Heavenly Venerable Tong Wu. This way, Sacred Peak Divine Realm's side would definitely come to find trouble with them. Of course, it was also possible that they would swallow this matter and not dare to find trouble with Eteonion and the others. After all, the great Devis had already returned to Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm. With Heaven Cultivation Divine Realm's protection, Sacred Peak Divine Realm and Myriad Heaven Divine Realm would not dare to act recklessly. At most, they could come secretly, but it was impossible to come openly. No matter what, they had to eliminate Heavenly Venerable Fertile Star. They had to take revenge. That was their motto. One by one, they stood up and walked inside under Feng Qiuzun's lead. The golden tree shrunk into a small tree and landed on her shoulder, following them inside. Now they had another helper, and it could even help heal others. Under Feng Qiuzun's lead, they passed through the temple and entered a passage. There was nothing special in this passage. Heavenly Venerable Fertile Star had long disappeared. This area is safe. Don't worry. Feng Qiuzun reminded them from the side, then led the way forward. Not every part of Dragon Sovereign Shrine had all kinds of formations. That would be too much work. Moreover, there was the golden tree blocking in front, which was already a kind of protection. Soon, they passed through the passage in front of them. After walking out, their eyes suddenly opened up. What came into view was a long staircase that led to the highest peak of the clouds. Heavenly Venerable Fertile Star was constantly climbing up, walking up step by step with great difficulty. Other than that, there was nothing around. It seemed that as long as they climbed to the top, there would be something there. This is the divine staircase that my uncle built. He likes to live in the top area. Go up the staircase, and the top is the end. Feng Qiuzun said in a low voice. Above, there are all of Uncle's treasures, and also Uncle's will. Uncle's will? Eteonion looked up. He could clearly feel that these staircases contained a special energy. But this was a very normal thing. Seeing how difficult it was for Heavenly Venerable Fertile Star to walk, he knew that it would not be easy to go up. It would take a lot of effort. Yes, it is Uncle's divine lightning will. If you want to pass through here, the best way is to control the power of lightning. Back then, I wanted to control it, but I couldn't. Feng Qiuzun's eyes dimmed, but she spoke of what she had done before. Chapter 1486. Initially, Eteonion had thought that Feng Qiuzun was absorbing the power of lightning to condense a lightning core, but who knew that it was not for that, but for the Dragon Sovereign Shrine? Looking up into the sky, there was indeed dense divine lightning swimming in the black clouds. But it had not struck down yet, and he did not know how strong it was. Only with a lightning core can one climb higher or reach the end. Eteonion looked up and asked, "That is not the case. The difficulty is definitely not small. If there is a lightning core, it will be much easier. The main thing is to inherit Uncle's will to be able to open the final door." Venerable Feng Qiu told Eteonion everything. As their cooperation deepened, she trusted Eteonion more and more. Anything that was not a secret could be said in full. In any case, there were some things that could not be done and were not very detailed. For example, how to go through the passageway. These were more confidential matters. If there is no, then there is no way to inherit your uncle's will. Eteonion thought for a moment, then added, "Not even with blood relations. It seems that it is not possible, not even with blood relations." The main thing was that the situation was too sudden. Uncle did not even have time to react, and had already entered the Divine Realm War. I believe everyone knows the result. Feng Qiuzun sighed deeply, somewhat sorrowful. This was indeed too sudden. The Divine Realm War had suddenly happened. Feng Qiuzun's uncle would definitely have immediately accepted the challenge. The result was obvious. He was basically dead if he did not die. He would definitely still be alive, and would even be an overlord. Ancient heavenly venerables were no joke, especially after breaking through to heavenly God. They were ancient heavenly gods. Ancient heavenly gods were extremely powerful, far more powerful than most of the current experts. Thinking about it, Feng Qiuzun's talent was indeed shocking. There was definitely some ancient bloodline in her, and it was just a generation gap. The effect was undoubtedly even more shocking. But Feng Qiuzun was a little too young. Didn't that mean that her parents were still alive? If that was the case, then there would be two ancient heavenly venerables, and even heavenly gods. Doesn't that mean you have no chance at all? Tianyan said in shock. Did this mean that she had come here for nothing? It's not that there isn't. I'm just saying that relying on bloodlines is meaningless. We can only rely on our own strength and a bit of luck to be able to do this. Venerable Feng Qiu looked up. Now we have to fight for time. Quickly climb up. Only here is the true passageway. Tianyan recalled the map. Indeed, this was the end of the deepest part. As for what exactly was there, he had no idea. Soon after, they all climbed up the divine staircase. The moment they climbed up, Tianyan immediately felt his feet go numb, as if he had been electrocuted. However, that was all. This was just the initial stage, so it was impossible for there to be a lot of strong electric currents. From this, it could be seen that heavenly venerate Longyan mainly cultivated the power of thunder. That was why he had set this up. The power of lightning, as well as the lightning flashing in the sky, were the best proof. Damn it, they still caught up in the end. When heavenly venerate Fertile Star saw Tianyan and the others catching up, he could only quicken his pace. But every step was so difficult, as if his feet were fixed on the stairs. When he raised his feet, they were dragged down by the dense lightning, and his whole body felt numb. Heavenly venerate Fertile Star did not possess the power of thunder, nor did he cultivate in this aspect. The power of thunder was not bad, but it was also a bit sparse. He mainly cultivated one of the 5 elements, so it really depended on luck if he wanted to find someone suitable for him. Tianyan just happened to have the power of thunder, but he had condensed it later, so it was extremely easy for him here. Stepping on it, the power of thunder under his feet not only did not cause any harm to him, but instead strengthened his thunder core. This kind of feeling was truly enjoyable. The others, on the other hand, found it more and more difficult to walk. They could only choose to expel the power of thunder from their bodies. Otherwise, it could endlessly gather in their bodies, and there was a possibility of danger. Seeing that guy in front, I really want to hit him. When Heavenly Venerate Sword Ruler saw Heavenly Venerate Fertile Star in front, he couldn't help but want to make a move. Don't make a move. If you make a move here, you will attract the divine thunder, and it will be disadvantageous to you. Heavenly Venerate Feng Qiu hurriedly advised. I was just saying, how would I dare to really make a move? Heavenly Venerate Sword Ruler laughed dryly. He knew that he couldn't make a move here. If he could, Heavenly Venerate Feng Qiu would have made a move first. They could all feel that there was a special restriction around here. If they made a move, the divine thunder would definitely greet them first. This was not to protect the trial takers, but simply to prevent anyone from making a move here and destroying their own territory. As they climbed higher and higher, the situation became worse and worse. The terrifying power of thunder strengthened greatly. Those with stronger physiques could still continue to persevere, while those with weaker physiques felt their whole body go numb. Heavenly Venerate Sword Ruler was lagging behind a little. His situation was the worst, and he could no longer keep up with the pace of the others. They were all Empyreans, but the things that Empyreans set up back then were incomparably powerful, easily suppressing middle-level Empyreans. Upper-level Empyreans' situation was still acceptable, and they could all quickly keep up. Among them, the most relaxed was none other than Tianyun. It wasn't that his physique was heaven-defying, but it was all thanks to condensing a thunder core within his body. Fortunately, he condensed this thunder core back then. Otherwise, it would definitely not be too easy for him here. Truly comparing physiques, he was still slightly inferior compared to Emperor Yu Qian and the rest. The only thing that could compete with them was his combat strength. Crazy damage mode would not strengthen his physique, but it purely enhanced his combat strength. Hence, the standard of his physique was at most comparable to the middle-late stage Emperorian standard, and could not be much stronger. Hence, Tianyun now took on the task of surpassing Emperorian Fertile Star with the fastest speed and reaching the peak. The rest of his companions would at most go up a little slower, but it was not impossible, especially Emperorian Yu Qian, and the rest, there was basically no pressure. They just needed to spend a bit more time. Very soon, Tianyun swiftly caught up behind Emperorian Fertile Star. The two were only separated by a dozen meters. Normally, he only needed one step and he could easily reach. Now, he needed to chase several dozen more steps before he could reach. You have a thunder attribute physique. When Emperorian Fertile Star saw Tianyun catching up, his expression was not too good. If this continued, he would definitely be caught. Chapter 1487. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Tianyun grinned at Emperorian Fertile Star, looking like he was seeing an old friend. Emperorian Fertile Star snorted coldly. So what if you go up first? When the time comes, just wait to be taken care of by me. In his view, Tianyun's strength was indeed not bad, but he was not the kind that was very strong. Perhaps he appeared and disappeared a little mysteriously, but the overall situation was not very heaven-defying. As long as it was a one-on-one battle, especially when there were two people on his side, could 2 against 1 not be enough? Is that so? Tianyun smiled faintly. He suddenly rushed up and aimed at one of the upper-level Empyreans, kicking out. With a dong, that upper-level Empyrean was directly sent flying by his kick. This extremely terrifying kick directly caused that upper-level Empyrean's body to cave in. Before Emperorian Fertile Star could react, Tianyun quickly flew out and kicked out again. However, this Emperorian Fertile Star was already prepared and quickly reached out to block. Unless Tianyun kicked Emperorian Fertile Star away first, it would still give Emperorian Fertile Star enough time to react. Even so, Emperorian Wise Star was still kicked and sent flying out of the divine staircase, falling straight down from midair. At this time, their eyes were filled with horror. Was Tianyun courting death? Rumble! At this time, the divine thunder quickly struck down on Tianyun. The terrifying divine thunder rotated rapidly in the void and struck Tianyun. Such a deafening sound was like the anger of a violator, because Tianyun directly used his fists and feet, and not the kind of explosive energy or long-range attack. That kind of attack would immediately be offset or immediately punished by the divine lightning, or when he took out a weapon, the divine lightning would immediately judge that he was in danger. Now it was a close-range attack. No one thought that Tianyun would do this, not even the divine lightning. Is he crazy? Feng Qiuzun was stunned. They had agreed not to attack recklessly. If they did, they might be struck to death. At this time, Tianyun suddenly jumped out of the divine staircase, as if he was trying to escape from the divine lightning. However, it was meaningless. The terrifying divine lightning struck down heavily, piercing through him. Tianyun felt a sharp pain in his body, and his body quickly turned into charcoal. The terrifying divine lightning coursed through his body. Even though he had a lightning core, he could not withstand the terrifying power of the divine lightning. In an instant, his 4 limbs exploded. They were as fragile as tree branches, splitting into several pieces with a single strike. Not only his arms, but even his legs were quickly turned into powder. Ha! Well done, well done. Kill this guy who broke the rules. Do you think you can hide? If I could, I would have killed you first. Empyrean Fertile Star laughed heartily, feeling carefree and carefree. He felt that Eteonion deserved to die. At the same time, he felt that this power was extremely terrifying. It was because he felt that the power was astonishing that he did not dare to act recklessly. The higher he climbed, the more he felt that there was a terrifying divine lightning above. The power was absolutely not inferior to being attacked by a heavenly deity. This meant that if one wanted to mess around here, one was either a half-step heavenly deity or a heavenly deity. Otherwise, it was courting death. While everyone was stunned, suddenly, Eteonion, who was in midair, emitted a burst of fire. Behind him, dragon and phoenix phantoms instantly appeared. In an instant, rising from the ashes erupted. The body that had originally turned into charcoal immediately regenerated. Exquisite and smooth skin, a complete and sturdy body, there were no changes at all. In the blink of an eye, he recovered. This heaven-defying recovery power left everyone dumbfounded. Die! The stellar divine spear in Eteonion's hands rapidly turned into a sharp light, directly piercing down from midair. That upper-level Empyrean who was originally gloating, thinking that he was facing a corpse, recovered in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he held his weapon and rapidly turned down. Before he could react, the attack had already pierced through his body. His original smile immediately froze. No one had expected that Eteonion could actually still move. Not to say that he would not die, but from the looks of it, he was definitely heavily injured. But suddenly, he recovered, becoming completely unharmed. Open, Eteonion fiercely waved his hand. Just like that, an upper-level Empyrean was destroyed by him, completely cut in half. Originally, it should not have been so easy to deal with. The other party had been too careless, thinking that he was dead for sure, or that he was so heavily injured that he could not move. It was precisely this carelessness that allowed him to eliminate this upper-level Empyrean. Then, Eteonion landed steadily on the ground. There was not a single wound on his body. There was no problem at all. Phew, the feeling of death is really not good. Eteonion shook his head. That feeling of death was indeed very intense. Just as he was about to collapse, the rising from the ashes skill automatically activated. In the blink of an eye, he recovered, but the cooldown time was several years. Of course, this was not a big problem. As long as he used more cooling divine stones or cooling divine talismans, there would be no problem. Logically speaking, he should eliminate Empyrean Wishing first. But Empyrean Wishing was slightly more difficult. He was at the middle-level Empyrean level. His other companion was different. He was only at the early-level Empyrean level. This meant that the success rate of killing him was a bit higher. Therefore, Eteonion chose the one that could be killed the most successfully, and not depending on which one was more important. To catch bandits, first catch the king. He understood this principle, but this king was so powerful, he could not be easily killed. If he missed this opportunity, it would be troublesome. Little junior brother. After they saw, they were instantly delighted. They had thought that Eteonion was heavily injured. Who would have thought that he was completely fine? It looked like it was a smokescreen. Empyrean Feng Qiu heaved a sigh of relief. They all thought that Eteonion was dead for sure or heavily injured. Now it seemed that this was still part of the plan. How can this be? Empyrean Wishing's eyes widened. He felt that this was very inconceivable. He was clearly on the verge of death. How did he suddenly come back to life? Just what kind of ability was this? to be able to do this. Or perhaps it was all an illusion. There was nothing wrong with Eteonyan at all. No matter what, after Empyrean Wuxing reacted, he quickly ran up the divine staircase. He did not fight with Eteonyan, because Empyrean Yuqian and the others all wanted to jump down from the divine staircase and attack him together. As long as they attacked him together, he would not be able to turn things around. Therefore, as long as he continued to climb up the divine staircase, it was equivalent to having an extra layer of protection. What, not coming down to fight? Eteonyan said indifferently, or rather, not taking revenge for your companion. He saw Empyrean Wuxing quickly scurrying up. He walked over step by step, wanting to try and provoke Empyrean Wuxing to get him to roll down and fight with him. Chapter 1488. Empyrean Fertile Star still sped up, his speed getting faster and faster instead. He could not even be bothered with the injuries on his body. That kick of Eteonyan's just now was not light. It was even very heavy, but it was all on his arm. At most, it would just break 1 or 2 bones. To this level of cultivation, it could only be considered a superficial wound standard. After recovering a little, there would be no problem. Why? Still running so fast? Come down if you have the capabilities. Eteonyan shouted, hinting for Empyrean Fertile Star to come down. But Empyrean Fertile Star completely ignored him and still ran forward. How could his speed slow down? Empyrean Fertile Star was not a fool. He knew what his fate would be if he came down. He would suffer a group attack. He was not an invincible existence either. It was naturally impossible to go down, unless it was a one-on-one battle. But would they fight one-on-one? The answer was definitely not. They would only fight one-on-one against a group. Previously, it was bullying with numbers. Eteonyan, they all were even less fools. They only knew how to gang up and did not care about whatever fairness. Whose fist was bigger was the true hard and fast logic. Eteonyan shrugged his shoulders helplessly and continued to chase forward, climbing the divine ladder together. Following him, rapidly catching up, Empyrean Fertile Star sped up his footsteps even more, swiftly rushing forward, pulling apart a distance from Eteonyan. But the further back, the closer the distance was. Since Eteonyan could catch up previously, he could catch up even more now. Effortlessly, Eteonyan caught up, scaring Empyrean Fertile Star until he dodged to the side, not daring to get too close to Eteonyan. If he attacked again, he would have to start running all over again. It would be rather troublesome. The key was that after being beaten down, he would be surrounded by Empyrean Yuqian and the rest guarding the stairs. Then he would have no way of going up. Might as well just stand right where he was, staring fixedly at Eteonyan to see what he wanted to do. Eteonyan could not be bothered with him and continued charging forward, chasing straight after Empyrean Yuqian and the rest. As for attacking, forget about it. There was still rising from the ashes previously. If he died again, it would have to consume his life bar. The key was that it wasn't just one life that could be reborn, but 100. This is equivalent to 10 billion crazy points to be reborn once. It wasn't like before, where one life could be resurrected. With the increase in his cultivation, he would need to consume even more resources. It was impossible to maintain the same standards as before. A lot of data had changed, whether it was here or in terms of experience, there had been significant changes. Actually, this number was still acceptable. It was just that the other party was already on guard and wouldn't give him any chance to launch a sneak attack. It was likely that Empyrean Wise Star would be able to dodge it as soon as he attacked. Very quickly, Eteonyan rushed over and caught up to Heavenly Venerate Yuqian and the others. Little junior brother, you really scared me to death. I thought you were finished just now. Sword Ruler Heavenly Paragon had a frightened look on his face. That's right. It's too dangerous to suddenly rush over like that. It wouldn't be worth it to perish together with those guys. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Eteonion to do this. Fortunately, nothing happened. I was indeed finished just now. Fortunately, I managed to save my life. Eteonion smiled and said, "Don't worry this time. He definitely can't catch up, and he won't dare to catch up." How could Heavenly Venerate Wise Star dare to catch up? If he was attacked by Eteonion and was kicked out again, he would definitely be finished. Now they can go up normally. Heavenly Venerate Wise Star was scared and didn't dare to come up. Even if Eteonion doesn't want to live, he still wants to live. Therefore, he could only follow behind, but the distance was still quite far. He didn't dare to get too close. Looking at his cowardly appearance, they couldn't help but want to laugh. A dignified upper-level celestial master was so scared by Eteonion, it was really the first time. Below, Heavenly Venerate Wise Star was about to explode. If it weren't for safety reasons, he would have already rushed up. "When I get out, you are dead." Heavenly Venerate Wise Star cursed them in his heart, but he didn't dare to approach them. As they climbed up bit by bit, they got closer and closer to the peak. Their feet also became more and more numb. The power of thunder and lightning constantly swam through their bodies. They could only keep expelling it. Because there was more time, they didn't need to be too anxious at all. They were the first batch to go up. Who would fight with them for it? Even Heavenly Venerate Wise Star stayed far away from them. He wouldn't even dare to rush over. Even if other cultivators came, they would start climbing from the bottom. By the time they caught up, Eteonion would have long reached the peak. A little more, and we'll reach the peak. Heavenly Venerate Feng Chiu looked at the clouds above and said solemnly, after passing through this cloud layer, "The peak is above." They nodded and quickly quickened their footsteps. Actually, they were pretty much going up step by step. They couldn't go fast even if they wanted to. After entering the cloud layer, the power of the thunder and lightning rapidly strengthened several times. It made their bodies tremble. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Eteonion's situation was much better. The thunder core in his body became stronger and stronger. This was equivalent to a kind of disguised cultivation. Although the difficulty had increased, it was still within an acceptable range. They weren't ordinary heavenly venerates to begin with. If they couldn't even pass through this, then they really didn't have any ability. This place could stop many heavenly venerates, but they belonged to the exception. With super strong willpower and decent ability, passing through here was no problem. Finally, after passing through the thick lightning cloud layer, what entered their eyes was a palace. They didn't expect that there would be another palace floating in the air inside the shrine. After stepping onto the last floor, the power of thunder and lightning completely disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Looking over, there were many divine, lightning surging in the thick cloud layer at the side. If they jumped over, they would probably be electrocuted into charcoal. It was not a wise choice to fight here. We're finally here. This is my uncle's residence. Heavenly Venerate Feng Chiu explained solemnly. Because Uncle is no longer here, this place automatically switched to defense mode. Anyone who enters will be judged as an intruder. This includes me. If you want to stop, the only way is to become the master of this place. The way to become the master of this place is very simple. Just forcefully enter inside, and then suppress the artifact spirit inside. This sounded simple, but the difficulty of actually accomplishing it was definitely extremely difficult. To control the treasure of an ancient heavenly venerate, the price needed to be paid was enormous. This was completely different from selecting disciples. They just had to transform into intruders, forcefully slaughter their way in, and finally suppress the artifact spirit to complete the mission. At that time, they would be able to become the master of this place and control the dragon-revered shrine at will. This place was equivalent to the core of the dragon-revered shrine. Controlling the core would make it their own treasure. Chapter 1489. Hearing Feng Qiuzun's words, they looked at each other. It was clear that this was not something that could be done easily, and it required teamwork to succeed. Of course, they were a team now and could work together to suppress it. If they were to suppress it alone, it would be extremely difficult. If we cultivate the power of lightning, it will be easier to control this core. Tianyan asked from the side. Yes, Uncle cultivates the power of lightning. If we use a similar power to forcefully control it, the success rate will increase, but this is not absolute. As long as we have enough time, we can control it. Correspondingly, it will take longer. Feng Qiuzun explained. I cultivate the power of lightning, then I will control this shrine. How about it? Tianyan said very straightforwardly. Feng Qiuzun was silent. Without even guessing, Tianyan knew that Feng Qiuzun wanted to control the shrine and not give it to someone else. Feng Qiuzun, I can take control of the shrine first. When this is over, I can give it to you. Tianyan added. Really? Feng Qiuzun's beautiful eyes showed surprise. This was what she was most worried about. She had come to take over the dragon-revered shrine. No matter what, it was her uncle's inheritance. How could she not take it? But we need to discuss some conditions. As for the distribution of the treasures, inside. Tianyan narrowed his eyes and said, We can't help for nothing, right? Of course, if you choose to join my force, we won't take a single cent from the shrine. Sword C. Empyrean almost laughed out loud. Wasn't this bullshit? She had already joined the Three Realms God realm. Wouldn't the treasures still belong to Tianyan? Even if she didn't get a single treasure, when she needed Feng Qiuzun, she would still come. In the end, even if they didn't take the resources here, it was the same as giving them to Feng Qiuzun to cultivate, especially at the crucial moment. They would still be Feng Qiuzun's helpers. You are making things difficult for me. Feng Qiuzun shook her head and sighed. I choose the former. Let's split the treasures. I know that if I want to succeed, I have to pay a price. I came here with the attitude of giving it a try. Whether I succeed or not is another matter. The distribution of the treasures is very simple. I only want Uncle's inheritance, which is this ancient site. The rest of the treasures, you can basically take them. What I want is Shaojin and this shrine. Venerable Feng Qiu was very generous. She provided instructions on how to enter or how to break through. It could be said that she had a huge advantage. She should have gotten a bigger share, but she didn't want any reward. She just wanted these two things. The shrine here was very precious, but it could also be said that it was not. As long as there were no treasures here, it could only be regarded as a decent moving palace. Feng Qiuzun said, Feng Qiuzun said, Feng Tianzun said, Zun Qiuzun said, Feng said. 1-1, unsaid. Feng, no, I like to be alone. I don't like to join any forces. Feng Qiuzun shook her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment. Tianyan stared at Feng Qiuzun. He could see that Feng Qiuzun was very happy, but she still chose to refuse. He could see that Feng Qiuzun's impression of him was rising, and under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem to win her over. But she still refused. There must be something she couldn't say, otherwise she would not have refused. Along the way, she must have been tempted and wanted to join some decent forces. She still chose to refuse. There must be something she couldn't say. All right, then let's split it like this. Tianyan did not stand on ceremony. They had paid a lot as well. Yu Qian and the others were from the same sect, but It did not mean that they did not want anything. They still had to split what needed to be split. Entering this place was fatal. If they did not get anything, it would be too much of a loss. After a simple explanation, they quickly walked towards the door. Feng Qiuzun sized it up and said solemnly, "This door can only be forcefully opened, or the imprint on it can be broken, otherwise it cannot be opened." The towering door in front of them did not have any switches, nor did it have any grooves or anything like that. Either it was opened by the artifact spirit inside, or it could be broken through, or it could be forcefully broken through. These were the three methods. Letting the artifact spirit inside open the door was simply wishful thinking. It would already be good if they were not exterminated, let alone help open the door. Break the imprint. Tianyan narrowed his eyes as he sized up the imprint. If he forcefully broke it, it would definitely be the most difficult to break, and the time it would take was also the greatest. Breaking the imprint also required time, but it was the same as unlocking a lock. Unlocking a lock, a large door could be easily broken open. Breaking it by force was the same as constantly smashing the door. It would be fine if the door was weak, but if the door was incomparably hard, then it would be extremely difficult to break. Often the simplest way to break it was to break the imprint. Break it by force. There's nothing to say about that. Cultivating the imprint is too difficult. The highest level we have here is a second grade divine inscription master. If we want to break it, the difficulty is just too great. It's basically impossible. Empyrean knew the situation on his side, so he naturally wanted to choose to break it by force. Empyrean Yuqian and the others nodded. This was the only way for now. Empyrean Feng Qiu was also a divine inscription master, but her rank was slightly lower, only at the 3rd grade. Divine inscription masters above the 6th or 7th grade were not cabbages. They required a lot of time to cultivate. A high-grade divine inscription master's cultivation is definitely not weak. A cultivator's cultivation is not necessarily weak, but their level might not be. Using brute force to break, it is too slow. With the defensive power of this door, it will take us half a year to open it. Tianyan shook his head and said, "Let me break it. It will be faster than breaking it by force. The most important thing is that it won't take much effort, and I can preserve my strength to break it." "Little junior apprentice, brother, you can break the imprint here?" They were all shocked. Only a 6th or 7th grade divine inscription master or above could break it. If Tianyan said that he could break it, then didn't that mean that his divine inscription master rank had reached the 6th or 7th grade? This was really scary, since when were 6th or 7th grade divine inscription masters so worthless? Or was it when one's cultivation was so low? "I'll give it a try. Whether or not I can break, it is another matter. In any case, there's nothing wrong with trying." Tianyan smiled. He naturally had confidence in his heart. With just a glance, he knew how to break it. Chapter 1490. Tianyun's words caused them to glance at each other. They didn't have much confidence in their hearts. "Give it a try. If we casually break it, there is a chance that it will rebound." Empyrean Feng Qiu was a bit speechless. Not everything could be casually tried. If the energy above the divine seal were to rebound, it would be the same as being ruthlessly struck by an Empyrean. The truth was that this was the same as messing around with the divine seal. If the divine seal was slightly damaged, it would cause the energy to leak out. This would be the same as being struck by a heavy blow. I understand this. I can't guarantee whether or not I can break it, but whether or not it will rebound, I won't make such a mistake. Tianyan smiled. He came in front of the door and began to break it. Breaking it was very simple. All he had to do was break the most crucial god seal on it. Then, the overall god seal would be broken. Although it was easy to say, it was very difficult to implement. If he didn't know where the key point was, how could he break it? Even if he knew the key point, whether or not he could break, it was another matter. Tianyan carefully looked at the top, looking for the key points, and found all of them. Empyrean Sword C, and the others were also watching from the side. They wanted to see if they could find any clues that could help Tianyan. At this time, Empyrean Wise Star had already caught up. He wasn't too far away to begin with, so it wasn't surprising that he could keep up. It was just that he hadn't completely climbed up. He was still on the side of the divine ladder, shrouded in the power of thunder, making him feel uncomfortable. Tianyan and the others were above, so how could he dare to casually go up? Once he went up, he would leave the protection, and there was a chance he would be besieged. Does that boy want to break the divine seal and destroy this door? What an idiot without a 6th or 7th grade divine inscription master, or above. It is impossible to break it. I'm afraid his eyes won't be able to see anything, right? Below, Empyrean Wise Star mocked, thinking that their actions were laughable. The previous channel indeed required a high level to pass through. However, it didn't really require a 6th or 7th grade divine inscription master. It was just that a 6th or 7th grade divine inscription master needed a much shorter time. Empyrean Wise Star just so happened to be a 5th grade divine inscription master, so he was able to see through this. With a single glance, he knew that there was no way he could break the god seal on the door. He could only choose to break it with brute force. In a while, they will forcefully break through the barrier. Their consumption will definitely not be low. Once they have consumed too much of their energy, we will launch a sneak attack. Empyrean Fertile Star's eyes revealed a cold and gloomy light. He also had a card in his hand, but he wasn't willing to use it until the critical moment. If it was mainly used for a sneak attack, the effect would be the best. If it was not used for a sneak attack, the effect would be greatly reduced. After all, he had already blocked it in advance, so how could the effect be any better? He had been hiding by the side, waiting for them to start breaking the barrier with brute force. In his opinion, Tianyan and the rest would definitely break the barrier with brute force. Based on what he knew, these people would not be able to break the divine seal. As for Tianyan, he did not care about him at all. Perhaps he had decent strength, but it did not mean that he could break the divine seal. That kid is really strange. He is also at the divine lord level. This is not possible. When Empyrean Fertile Star sensed Tianyan's cultivation again, he was still deeply shocked. Previously, he thought that Yi Shiwen was hiding his strength. Now, from the looks of it, it did not seem to be the case. Yi Shiwen really had divine lord cultivation. But was this really possible? Was there such a powerful divine lord? While he was lying in ambush behind, the other Empyreans were watching Tianyan's situation. At the same time, they were also watching the situation behind them. They naturally knew that Empyrean Fertile Star was lying in ambush behind them. But even at the back, it was impossible for them not to break the barrier, right? Knowing that they might be ambushed, they could only brace themselves and break the barrier. Otherwise, when more people gathered, it would be troublesome. All right, Tianyan suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. What's the matter? They came over and asked. I already know how to break it. It might take a long time. Wait a moment, Tianyan said with a smile. You can really break this divine seal? They were startled, feeling very surprised. Do you think I would lie to you? Tianyan smiled. Not really, but how do we break it? Empyrean Sword C, and the others still felt that it was impossible. The difficulty was just too great. How can we break it? Isn't it just breaking the divine seals one by one? Do you want me to break them with brute force? Tianyan waved his hand and said, "I won't say any more. You all just wait on the side." After he dropped these words, he immediately rushed towards a spot and began to rapidly break it. His fingers rapidly tapped on the surface, choosing the most fragile spot to break it. "Little junior apprentice brother, you really want to break the divine seal from the divine seal. If you can really break it, then that means you have the strength of a 6th or 7th grade divine carving master. How did you cultivate like that?" "You ask me, but who do I ask?" They looked at each other, feeling a chill run down their spines. A divine lord level martial artist beating up an Empyrean was already monstrous enough. If a 6th or 7th grade divine carving master was added to the mix, then how could they live? Following that, Tianyan began to rapidly break through the divine seals at an incredible speed. His speed was quite amazing. After several moves, a divine seal was broken. This speed left them dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, one of the divine seals was broken. Then he quickly broke through the next divine seal. What's going on? This breaking speed. I've never seen anything like this before. It's already good enough that he can break through it. Is this speed slow? If this speed is slow, then all the divine carving masters I've seen before are nothing more than snails. They all thought that when Tianyan said it would take a long time, he meant that it would take a long time to break through the divine seals. But now, how could it be slow? It was as fast as flying. In just a few moves, he had broken through the divine seals as easily as drinking water. This time, Tianyan had opened his breaking speed to 128 times the normal speed. So how could it be slow? In a frenzied state, his breaking speed was simply too amazing. He thought that it would be more difficult to break through these divine seals because he rarely came into contact with these things. But who knew that after he started breaking through them, he simply couldn't stop. It was simply too easy. He easily broke through them. He swept through them all the way, shocking everyone. Even Empyrean Walker Star, who was lying in ambush, nearly tumbled down the stairs. He rubbed his eyes and stared at Lim Ming with wide eyes. He said in amazement, "What kind of freak is this? A 6th or 7th grade divine seal is wiped away like a rag. It's gone in the blink of an eye." Chapter 1491. Such a crazy method of breaking through caused everyone to be stunned, and the one who was the most shocked was none other than Feng Qiuzun. This was her uncle's relic, and the divine seal on it was personally carved by her uncle. She was very clear on how high the level was. Now that it was easily broken by Tianyan, it meant that Tianyan's level was even higher. This reminded her of the extremely dangerous path she had taken in the passageway. Tianyan could rely on luck to walk the right path a few times, but now that she thought about it carefully, it was not luck at all, but strength. Tianyan had long seen through the correct path, and even lied to her that it was luck. Now she understood everything. It was all about strength. It was fine if he was lucky once or twice, but to be able to succeed every time, it had already proven everything. It was just that she was too stupid, and common sense limited her thoughts. Those with low cultivation would definitely not be of a high grade. It was this kind of common sense that led to a wrong result. He lied to me. Feng Qiuzun bit her lips, thinking about how Tianyan walked so easily behind her, and even dragged her back at the crucial moment. Only now did she know that an expert was watching her play behind her back. When this is over, see how I will settle the score with him. After Feng Qiuzun thought about it, she decided on what to do. To actually tease her like this. How could she forgive him so easily? She thought about how she had carefully walked forward step by step, and probably thought that Tianyan was laughing at her behind her back. Tianyan was completely unaware of their thoughts. He only focused on breaking the divine seals, sweeping and breaking them one by one. In a short few hours, he finally broke all the divine seals here. There were simply too many crucial divine seals on the door. They were densely packed together, forming an extremely sturdy door. To break it, it would take a lot of time. This was also thanks to him activating his 128 times speed. If it was under normal circumstances, he would need at least 10 days to half a month to be able to break it. Open for me. Eteonyon aimed at the door and slammed it. Then, the huge door slowly opened, and a surge of lightning power poured out from inside. Eteonyon was immediately enveloped, and so were the others. However, they quickly prepared to defend themselves. A moment later, the power of lightning slowly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Eteonyon wasn't affected at all. Instead, he sucked until he was full. This bit of energy was nothing to him, and he could easily absorb it. Let's go in. Eteonyon led the way, Feng Qiuzun, and the rest then reacted and quickly followed. After they entered, Eteonyon reached out and slapped the door shut. Inside, Eteonyon knocked on the door a few times, and it was sealed again. On the other side of the gate, there was also a similar seal, but it was much simpler than the one outside, because according to the original design, just the seal on the outside was enough. There weren't many seals inside. For this, Eteonyon had to redraw it and add a few more seals. This time, even if Empyrean Wise Star wanted to come in, he would have to spend some effort. All right, let's go. I don't want to let those guys come in so casually. That would be too easy on them. Eteonyon smiled and followed Feng Qiuzun and the rest in. Sure enough, after he finished setting it up, Empyrean Wise Star waited for a while before jumping up from the divine ladder. After jumping up, he slightly eased the power of lightning in his body. If I stay here for too long, I'll really go crazy. After slightly easing, he turned his gaze to the door. This guy can really break it. What the hell? But this is also good. It saves a lot of time to break it. When he came to the door and pushed it a little, he found that it wouldn't budge. Damn it, they actually locked it from the inside. Empyrean Wise Star immediately knew that it must have been locked from the inside. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an effect. Immediately, he could only brace himself and start smashing the door. However, this was not something that could be easily smashed. No matter what, it would take a period of time before he could break it. At this time, Empyrean Feng Qiu led them inside. Empyrean Feng Qiu was more familiar with this place, so she must have personally led the way. Little junior brother, isn't the level of your divine seals too high? I feel that not to mention 6th or 7th grade, it should be at least 8th or 9th grade. The speed at which you break it is so fast, it's really scary. Empyrean Sword Ruler said in surprise. 8th or 9th grade divine carving master. I want to... Eteonyon shook his head. Now that he had broken through to the 7th grade, he had completely used up the 2 values. If he wanted to raise it to the 8th grade, it would be an even more terrifying astronomical value. As for the 9th grade, he didn't even dare to think about it. Then how high is the level now? Empyrean Sword Ruler and the others all looked over, very interested in this point, because the speed at which Eteonyon broke, it was too fast. It was hard for them to judge. 7th grade, Eteonyon said with a smile. 7th grade, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had already guessed it, they were still shocked. Little junior brother, how do you cultivate? Can you teach me 1 or 2 moves? In fact, Empyrean Sword Ruler asked half-jokingly. Most of how he cultivated was classified. I don't know either. I usually carve the divine seals, and after cultivating for a long time, I will break through. As for the method, I really don't know. If I knew, I would definitely tell my senior brothers. Eteonyon shrugged, helplessly. How could Lin Ming know of any other methods? He had to rely on smashing his experience into the divine, engraving master level. All right, maybe this is talent. There's no comparison. They could only accept their fate. Some people did have amazing talent in a certain area, and they could cultivate it easily. It was really infuriating to compare with others. Sir God Tianyun, tell me the truth. Was the luck you mentioned earlier fake? You already saw through it, but you didn't say it? Emperor Feng Chiu finally asked. That's right. Tianyun smiled embarrassedly. He felt a little embarrassed. In the end, he was still seen through. Why didn't you say it? Emperor Feng Chiu said, as she bit her lips. This, actually, even if I said it, you wouldn't believe it? Besides, you can walk, and I have to watch step by step. It's definitely not as fast as you walking. Tianyun lied. He could basically see through it with a glance. Chapter 1492. Feng Chiu-zun listened to Tianyun's explanation and felt a little better. Thinking about it, it really made sense. Even if the grade wasn't low, it wasn't as fast as being familiar with this place. If one was very familiar with this place, they wouldn't even need to look and would be able to walk through. If it was an ordinary god engraver, they would need to look for a period of time before they could see the problem. All right, I was thinking too much. Feng Chiu-zun was full of regret. She had thought that Tianyun was playing with her, but it seemed that she was thinking too much. Then they continued to walk forward. The environment here was very ordinary. There was nothing special. There were passages in all directions, but they didn't know where they led to. The structure map that Tianyun had obtained before was meaningless here. It didn't matter at all. That was limited to revered dragon shrine. This area couldn't be considered revered dragon shrine. So coming here had nothing to do with him. This shrine is where Uncle lives. The entire shrine is where he lives. Unless we come to play, the other rooms are all empty. Feng Chiu-zun looked around and explained, because this place is a little special. If we want to enter the other rooms, we have to break the restrictions before we can enter. But even if we break it, there's nothing inside. It's just an empty room. That's the biggest loss. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. This wasn't just a loss, it was a huge pit. Each room was locked tightly. They thought that there would be treasures, but after working so hard to break them, they found nothing. Thinking about it made them feel a little sad. The key was to continue breaking the other rooms. If there wasn't anything in this room, maybe there would be in other rooms. So after continuously breaking and finding no treasures, that kind of feeling was definitely driving them crazy. Now, if not for Feng Chiu-zun's reminder, they really would have suffered a loss. Even if Tianyun could break them, it would take some effort. So after breaking, if there were no treasures, even Tianyun wanted to beat someone up. Then where is the real control center? Tianyun asked. Go this way. Go down in a more secluded area to reach it. Actually, the artifact spirit has already noticed us entering, but it won't attack us. That's because this area isn't part of the important area. Once we reach the important area, they'll definitely attack us. Venerable Feng Chiu said solemnly. When we enter the important area, we will be attacked immediately. Everyone please be prepared. They nodded their heads vigorously and became alert. The energy in their bodies circulated rapidly, and they were ready to fight at any time. Under Feng Chiu-zun's lead, they went around a long walkway and did not walk on the central path. The path in the middle seemed to be the correct path. In reality, that path was indeed the correct one. However, their true purpose was to suppress the artifact spirit and subdue it. As long as they could subdue the artifact spirit, everything here would belong to them. Why would they need to search through them one by one? After making a few turns and stepping into a large hall, a voice immediately came from the side. Intruder, leave quickly. If you continue to enter, you will die. The voice came from the side, but it also seemed to come from the other side, reverberating in the hall, filled with majesty. Without a doubt, this was the voice of the artifact spirit, and it had chosen to warn the intruders. If they still insisted on entering, they would definitely attack. Senior artifact spirit, do you still remember me? Venerable Feng Qiu walked over, trying to use this identity to make the artifact spirit trust him, and let him pass. I remember. You are that little girl, Master's relative. The artifact spirit was extremely clear of Venerable Feng Qiu's identity, although it was a long time ago, but he still remembered. Then I wonder if I can control this shrine. Venerable Feng Qiu asked. No, you don't have the right. Only Master has this right. The rest of you, intruders, will die, no matter who you are. The artifact spirit's voice was even louder. It meant that even if it was Venerable Feng Qiu, he would not hesitate to kill them. Even if they were relatives, it was meaningless, they would still be killed. Venerable Feng Qiu immediately felt helpless. It seemed like this method was useless. As expected, it is useless. We can only forcefully break in. Venerable Feng Qiu transmitted her voice to explain. There are a total of 4 entrances here. There is only one that truly leads to the control area. This one is the leftmost one. The rest are not the correct route. Later, we will charge in. Do not tangle with it. There is no use in tangling with the artifact spirit. I believe you all know this. Even if we break it, it will quickly reform, and we will not be able to kill it, unless we have enough strength to seal it and make it unable to move. But with our current situation, we naturally cannot seal it. We can only choose to charge all the way and avoid its attacks. When we reach the control area, we will stop it, and then Divine Lord Tian will forcefully control it. That is the general plan. Venerable Feng Qiu briefly explained the plan. What she said was the most useful was naturally which path was the correct path. No problem. All of them nodded, indicating that they already knew the plan. Their gazes were fixed on the leftmost path. They would charge in with their fastest speed, and at the same time block the attacks of the artifact spirit. Charge, Venerable Feng Qiu ordered, and led the charge, her speed rising to the fastest. Tianyun and the rest followed closely behind, rushing out from the path. Just as they rushed out, light arrays quickly appeared on the surrounding walls, and light swords extended out from the light arrays. In an instant, the entire shrine seemed to have turned into a hedgehog, with countless light swords covering the entire area, including the ground. Open! Venerable Feng Qiu had already prepared a wooden zither in her hands, and upon seeing the light swords that appeared, she suddenly plucked the zither, and with a wing sound, countless golden light blades swept out, forcefully opening a path in front of them. At the same time, all the light swords shot out from all directions. Each one of them was extremely sharp, as if they wanted to nail the invaders to this place. Dang, dang, dang. Tianyun and the rest quickly brandished their weapons, blocking the light swords, and rushed forward. The extremely dense light swords immediately gave them quite a bit of pressure. The number of light swords were too dense, and the important thing was that their power was not weak. Each move was equivalent to the early stage of a middle-level Sky Sovereign, or even the middle stage standard. Chapter 1493. Countless light swords seemed like they did not need energy, constantly flinging over. It was not that these light swords did not need energy, but that this temple had gathered an unknown amount of energy here. It had long been fully absorbed and could continue erupting for many years. Hence, wanting to wait for it to run out of energy, that was something impossible. Even if it was exhausted to death, it would probably not even exhaust half, especially since they could not maintain this state for too long. Along the way, they joined hands, constantly blocking the light swords that attacked over. The power was not small, but their strength was also not weak. Especially after Etionyan broke through, his strength was even more powerful, able to block even more attacks, much easier than before. In terms of overall strength, Etionyan was basically equivalent to late-stage Middle Empyrean level. Blocking these light swords was still not much of a problem. Under their collective defense, all attacks were blocked outside, forming an absolute defense. After a bout of killing, they finally killed their way into the passageway ahead. But after killing in, the attacks did not weaken, but instead became even more frenzied. More light formations lit up all around the passageway. Once more, divine lightning started to emerge from the walls, directly augmenting the light swords, transforming into numerous divine lightning light swords. The attack method did not change much, but the power increased substantially. This time, there were piles of lightning bolts inside, and they kept bombarding the area. The power rose from the original middle-level Empyrean level to the attack of early-stage upper Empyrean level. Immediately, they felt the pressure multiply. The difficulty of blocking increased by a level. Light Moon. Empyrean Feng Qiu flicked her finger, a ring flying out from her hand, transforming into an enormous bright moon, enveloping the surroundings. This ring was actually a defensive Empyrean spirit treasure, and it was even an upper Empyrean spirit treasure. The enormous bright moon turned into a shield by the side, constantly blocking the attacks. Virtually the majority of the attacks were blocked by her. Along with wave after wave of impact, her energy consumption was astonishing, her complexion becoming slightly pale. Most of the attacks were blocked by her. How could the consumption be low? Hurry, hurry, hurry! Empyrean Feng Qiu gritted her teeth. She was already going all out. There was already no way out now. Even if she retreated, she would be attacked. Moreover, they did not plan on retreating from the start, but charged forward. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others didn't hold back either. They had already taken out all sorts of upper Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasures and used them to resist the lightning swords. This passageway was not long. Normally, it would only take a short while to pass through. Now, it was as if he was walking on a muddy road. His movements became extremely slow, and he felt as if this road was extremely long. Finally, after passing through this passageway, they saw the true core of this place, the control core. The control core was very simple. There was a ball of light embedded in the center of the light array. Even with the protection of the barrier, it was still not an easy task. This was especially true for the core region. There was even a very powerful lightning power revolving around it. Terrifying divine lightning circled around the shrine. The power of this divine thunder was just like the divine thunder in the black clouds outside. It had the power of a mid to late upper Heavenly Venerate. Those with low cultivation would be turned into charcoal the moment they stepped in. This was similar to what happened to Etionyan. After being struck, he immediately turned into charcoal. This was the most crucial area. How could it be undefended? Basically, the defenses here were all top-notch. They swept a quick glance, their hearts turning cold. The difficulty here was more than just high. It was simply at a heaven-defying level. The grand array that your uncle set up is really ruthless enough. Etionyan swept a glance. For the time being, disregarding the difficulty of breaking the grand array in the center, just the attacks outside were already rather dangerous. Yes, in a while, we'll open up the path with all our might and erupt with our strongest power. Breaking this grand array will depend on you. Heavenly Venerate Feng Qiu threw out all three of her Empyrean spirit treasures. The rest did the same, all erupting with their strongest power. From the start until now, they had been constantly in a state of being attacked. How could they possibly stop? They couldn't even catch a breath. If they were unable to break it, then they would die here. This was no joke. Either they succeeded or they died. There was no third choice. If there was a third choice, that would be to escape now. Perhaps there would still be a chance. Other than that, there was no other choice, especially after charging in. After charging in, it was like facing the attacks of several upper-level Empyreans. It was fine to resist for a while, but it was impossible to resist for too long. No problem. Eteonion agreed. Breaking this grand array was not a problem. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to take it down. Charge! Heavenly Venerate Feng Qiu started. She had always chosen to start, but her overall strength was indeed the strongest. Naturally, she was the vanguard. Just as they charged out, a phantom appeared from the ball of light. It floated in midair and looked at them coldly. I didn't think that you would dare barge into the forbidden area. Even if you are Master's relative, you will still die. This is the rule. No one can change it. The artifact spirit that appeared waved its hand. The interior of the shrine was quickly shrouded by thick black clouds. Divine lightning flickered in the sky. Following that, a bolt of divine lightning struck down fiercely towards them. This artifact spirit could use the divine lightning in the surroundings at any time. The power of each move was comparable to a middle or late level Empyrean. It was truly shocking, but the effect was definitely not as strong as Heavenly Venerate Long Yun's. But the overall power was still rather terrifying. Kaboom! A heavy bolt of divine lightning struck down, causing Heavenly Venerate Feng Qiu to retreat a few steps. The bright moon around her trembled from the strike, as though it was about to fall. I'll help you. Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others quickly blocked it. Following that, they withstood the divine lightning that struck down. Step by step, it was extremely difficult. Eteonion was surrounded in the center. He didn't even need to do anything. He just needed to follow along. His main goal was to break the grand array. Thus, he had to conserve his strength. When the time came, he would directly erupt and break the grand array. Because of their good coordination, there was no problem in persevering to the side of the grand array. When the artifact spirit saw this, it was anxious, but it could only use this little bit of power. It could not use any stronger. Even so, it was already enough for them to suffer. Dense bolts of divine lightning struck down, charring the surface of their bodies. Chapter 1494. With the help of Eteonion's voodoo, with divine set, their condition had greatly improved. Although their bodies were still constantly injured, their condition had been greatly alleviated. At least they could hold on. As they walked forward with difficulty, they slowly began to approach the large array. Step by step, they finally arrived at the edge of the large array. At this time, the weapon spirit's attack had also increased to its most ferocious effect. The divine thunder became more and more concentrated, and the booming sound spread throughout the entire temple. The pressure on them doubled again. They did not expect the weapon spirit to be able to erupt with such terrifying power in the end. However, it was too late. They were already at the edge. Eteonion quickly took a step forward and quickly began to break the large array. Crazy Divine Seal mode. The breaking speed of 128 times erupted, and the small divine seals began to disintegrate rapidly. The terrifying breaking speed was displayed once again. No matter how many times they saw it, they were still deeply shocked. The breaking speed was just too fast. It was like breaking a first-grade divine seal. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? In fact, the divine seals that were broken were all 6th grade, and the difficulty was not low. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to get rid of it. Now, it only took a short while to successfully break them. The breaking speed of 128 times was not a joke. Yi Tianyun's breaking speed was very fast, but there were too many areas to break. No matter how fast he would still need several hours to successfully break them. However, in their current condition, it was really a nightmare for them to persist for several hours. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun could use the voodoo with divine set to heal their injuries as he broke them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to persist. This guy is too crazy. Junior brother, hurry up! They gritted their teeth and constantly resisted the divine thunder. The feeling of the power of thunder and lightning flowing through their bodies was not pleasant at all. Their bodies were charred black. After recovering a little, they would be charred black again. This repeated over and over again. It was simply uncomfortable. Yi Tianyun's speed had long been raised to the extreme. Unless his grade increased again, he would not be able to increase his speed at all. Otherwise, he would not be able to increase his speed even if he wanted to. Soon, hold on a little longer. Yi Tianyun's forehead was already dripping with sweat. He had also raised his mental power to the maximum, and the consumption was equally shocking. Everyone present had used all of their strength. Otherwise, they would not have been able to withstand it. As time passed, Celestial Lord Sword C and the others started to be unable to resist. Even with the amazing voodoo with divine set, they couldn't hold on for too long. This was the attack of a mid to late stage upper Empyrean. They weren't unmatched, similarly having flesh bodies. If not for Yi Tianyun's treatment, he would have been lying on the ground. Right now, they were relying on pure willpower to persevere, but willpower could not make them invincible. At most, they could persevere for a while before completely collapsing. Dong Dong! Celestial Venerable Sword C and Celestial Venerable Dragon Cry were struck by a bolt of divine lightning and fell to the side, fainting between them. With too fewer people blocking them, the pressure on Heavenly Venerate Yu Qian and the others increased dramatically. Looking at this situation, Yi Tianyun did not even succeed in cracking it, and they would completely collapse. The current situation already greatly exceeded the scope of their expectations. In their previous judgment, they should be able to persevere. Looking at it now, there was already no such possibility. How much more? Celestial Venerable Feng Chiu said solemnly, "Give me another hour, and I can completely crack it. But how much time will be needed inside? I can't say. But overall, persevere for 2 hours. We should be able to take it down." Yi Tianyun did not dare to say that he could definitely take it down. The grand array outside could definitely be taken down, but how to force it to recognize a master inside? This was more difficult. The time needed was hard to say. Some needed several days, even a few months. Yi Tianyun saying that he needed an hour to take down this core. No one would believe it even if he said it out. No matter what, this treasure belonged to an upper Empyrean spirit treasure. A divine lord saying that he could take down an upper Empyrean spirit treasure. They really did not believe it, but they believed in Yi Tianyun's words that he could definitely take down this core within an hour. Moreover, looking at the current situation, they could only choose to believe. Otherwise, there would be no chance. All right. Venerable Feng Chiu quickly closed her eyes and then suddenly opened them. 2 rays of light shot out from her beautiful eyes, and her pupils quickly turned white. In that instant, her power was released to the maximum, and the light core in her body completely erupted. A full 7th grade core. How could its power be weak? After erupting, her combat power rose sharply, continuously multiplying by several times. The Empyrean spirit treasures in her hands seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their defensive power once again increased by several times, all of them buzzing. In such a state, the divine lightning could not strike down at all. It formed an absolute defense, protecting them firmly. Empyrean Yu Qian and the others were stunned. They did not think that Venerable Feng Qiu could still erupt with such terrifying power. If it was an explosive attack, even an upper Empyrean late-stage powerhouse would be easily killed. Yi Tianyun finally saw Venerable Feng Qiu's explosive power. Previously, when he wanted to deal with Empyrean Wuxing and the others, he wanted to erupt with such power. If he had not stopped her, Venerable Feng Qiu would have erupted. This level of power was truly an absolute trump card. Vaguely, Yi Tianyun could feel a special power from it, an indescribable power. I can only hold on for 2 hours. I won't be able to hold on any longer and will lose consciousness. If I need more time, I'll have to rely on you guys. Venerable Feng Qiu was like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Halos flickered on her body, forming rings of halos that shrouded her, looking extremely beautiful. She could only hold on for 2 hours in this state. At that time, Yi Tianyun would not be able to seize control, and it would be up to Empyrean Yu Qian and the others to resist. Empyrean Swordsea, and the others could all take a breather at this time, and could quickly recover under the voodoo would divine set. But they still needed to recover for a period of time before they could regain their combat power. Empyrean Yu Qian and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. At that time, they would also risk everything to resist this divine lightning. Venerable Feng Qiu had a trump card, Empyrean Yu Qian, and the others also had a trump card, but it was still much weaker than Venerable Feng Qiu. This was a true explosive power. The originally terrifying divine lightning was unable to seep in at all. It was enough to see how terrifying it was. Enough. Chapter 1495. After Venerable Feng Qiu exploded, everything became relaxed. She felt that there was no pressure at all. All of it had disappeared. Yi Tianyun focused on breaking it. His speed was still the same as before. It should be said that he could not be fast in the first place. He could not be fast even if he wanted to. This was his limit. How could he still be fast? As time passed, almost an hour later, under his final point, the great formation was finally broken by him. Bang! The sturdy shield outside was pierced through just like that, revealing the crucial core inside. When everyone saw this, they were instantly overjoyed. They had finally broken through the final barrier. As long as they could forcefully control this core, everything would come to an end. The Dragon Sovereign Shrine would belong to Yi Tianyun. No one would be able to invade this place. Whoever he wanted to scram could scram. Continue. Yi Tianyun was not the least bit happy. As long as it was not completely over, he would not be in the mood to be happy. He slapped the core with one hand. It was actually a ball of light, an upper-level Empyrean spirit treasure. It was just that it was fixed here, and through the great formation here, it spread to the entire shrine. If not for this great formation, this upper-level Empyrean spirit treasure would naturally not be able to display its strongest effect. When he slapped the core, an impact surged out from within the core, sending him flying. Fortunately, Venerable Feng Qiu's eyes and hands were quick. She immediately dragged him back, and he was not sent flying. What a strong power! As expected, the core was still held back. Yi Tianyun felt that on the surface, there was still Empyrean Dragon Sovereign's power. After breaking through the barrier, there was still Empyrean Dragon Sovereign's power. It was not so easy to break through. The recoil just now had directly broken his hand, but after a little recovery, it was easily healed. The healing effect of the voodoo would divine set on his body would be even more astonishing. Do you feel that it will succeed? Venerable Feng Qiu asked. There is difficulty, but as long as this energy is dispersed, there will be no problem. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He planned to absorb all the energy. As long as he absorbed this energy, the rest of the work would be much easier. Venerable Feng Qiu nodded. She also felt that this method was feasible. But could Yi Tianyun withstand this power? Pa! Yi Tianyun grabbed the core and quickly absorbed it. Just like before, when he grabbed it, he felt a rebounding force shoot out from the core. However, this time he was prepared. His hand gripped the core tightly and began to frantically absorb it, forcibly extracting the energy within it into his body. Ding received 100 points of compressed experience, 150 points of compressed experience, 200 points of compressed experience. After absorbing it, it quickly transformed into experience and flowed into his body. This value was quite good. To him, there was no such thing as absorbing too much. It was impossible for his body to explode. He would only worry about not absorbing enough. However, according to the current situation, it would take a little longer to absorb. This energy was not something that could be drained so easily. I'll help too. Heavenly Lord Sword C and the rest had more or less recovered by now, so they came over to help. In any case, Empyrean Feng Qiu alone was enough to withstand all the attacks, so Empyrean Yu Qian and the others could absorb it together. Following that, they all came over and grabbed the ball of light, forcefully extracting the energy. However, it was very different from Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's absorption was equivalent to his own cultivation, but they were unable to absorb it as experience. They could only release it out of their bodies after absorbing it. Yi Tianyun did not mind this. What he was pursuing now was speed, and not to earn experience here. If he wanted to earn experience, he might as well go out and kill Empyreans. The experience gained there was much more than here, especially after stacking the experience card. This little bit of experience was not enough. After everyone joined in, the absorption speed increased significantly. The artifact spirit at the side was extremely anxious. However, its attacks had long lost their effect, and had no effect on Empyrean Feng Qiu's defense. Unless the power continued to increase by a large amount, it would be meaningless. As they frantically absorbed, the ball of light quickly dimmed. Seeing this situation, everyone knew that if they continued to absorb, the small protective barrier outside would be completely absorbed. Just a little more. Everyone was overjoyed and felt that they were about to break through. Stacking layers upon layers of things was really troublesome, but they could only break through like this. There was no other way. Following that, everyone gathered their strength and fiercely absorbed the energy. After absorbing it, with a pong, the outermost protective barrier shattered and completely exposed the ball of light. Now, the last step was to subdue the artifact spirit. But before they could rejoice for too long, a gigantic pit suddenly appeared beneath their feet and sucked them in. The terrifying suction force, before they could react, they had already been sucked in. The main thing was that it was too sudden. None of them had thought that there would be a huge pit beneath their feet, and they would all be sucked in. The moment they fell in, the ground quickly closed up, once again being imprinted with layers of divine seals. It was extremely secure, and there was no way to break it. The room that was filled with attacks regained its peace. Luckily, Master had a trick up his sleeve. The artifact spirit looked at the ground and said solemnly. At the same time, Yi Tianyun and the rest felt themselves being crazily sucked in. The strong suction force made them unable to pull themselves back. When they flew again, they were unable to stop the suction force. It's the spatial suction force. There's actually a broken space below. If we are sucked in, if we are unlucky, we will be transported to a dangerous region. If we are lucky, we will be transported to a better unknown region. Very quickly, they immediately sensed what the thing with the terrifying suction force below was. Your uncle is too ruthless. I didn't think there would be such a setup. Yi Tianyun wanted to curse. It really was layers upon layers, and now he had even dug a huge pit for them. and was preparing to send them away. As to where they would be sent to, he wasn't sure. Perhaps it would take several years for them to return, or even decades, or even centuries. If they were sent to an even more dangerous region, then forget about returning. They would die there. I don't know. Feng Qiuzun was stunned. She hadn't thought there would be such a setup. She had never seen it before. Chapter 1496. With their current abilities, they should be able to escape from the turbulent space flow. But there was only this passageway around, and no other passageway. This meant that they could either break through the wall or be sucked in. There was no other choice. But how could this passageway be easily destroyed? And there were layers of defensive formations all around. How could it be easily destroyed? Even if it was destroyed, it would take a long time. They could not hold on for too long in such a state. They would definitely be sucked in. It's over. Venerable Feng Qiu's eyes were filled with despair. In the end, everything was for naught. It's not over. Yi Tianyun's eyes were filled with determination as he stared at the wall in front of him, his powerful spiritual sense piercing forward, striking the seal and slowly seeping in. As long as his spiritual sense could penetrate this seal, he would be able to teleport everyone over with his teleportation. But the seal on the wall was really thick. He really could not penetrate it in a short time. Then he gritted his teeth. Grab me, and hold on at the same time. Just a while is enough. Without any hesitation, Yu Qian and the rest grabbed onto Yi Tianyun, each of them grabbing onto his hands and feet, flying forward at the same time, sticking close to the wall. Venerable Feng Qiu was startled, not knowing what this meant, but she still chose to grab onto Yi Tianyun. After all, Yu Qian and the rest had already done this. She naturally would not refuse. It was just that she was curious why they did this. Even if they could break through this seal, it was extremely difficult. They were constantly being pulled back, and it was already very good to be able to prevent themselves from being sucked in. As for breaking through, it was too difficult. If they were not sucked in, they might have a chance to break through. Now that they were being sucked in, they could not even stand properly. How could they break through this wall? While she was feeling puzzled, Yi Tianyun locked onto the seal in front of him, and under his swift piercing, he finally squeezed into the outside environment. This was really not easy, but compared to the outermost door, it was much better. The outermost door was the one that spiritual sense could not penetrate. Otherwise, he could directly enter and teleport in. There would be no need to destroy it one by one. The two were not on the same level. This place was a little more fragile, but not very fragile. At least it was enough for spiritual sense to pass through. Pass to me. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, everyone disappeared from this space. In the next moment, they all appeared in the center of the divine hall from before, with the ball of light beside them. When Feng Qiuzun saw it, she was stunned. He was clearly trapped in that passageway just now. How did he come back now? I was almost sucked in. See how I'll deal with you this time. Yi Tianyun extended his hand and patted the sphere of light. Next, the lightning core within his body began to revolve, and a violent power rapidly flowed into the sphere. Without heavenly venerate Dragon Fate's protective barrier, it would be much easier this time. After he entered, he immediately felt a repulsive force gushing over. Actually, it was just the violent divine thunder that wanted to chase the intruder out. At this time, it was time to use the lightning core. With the lightning core, it would undoubtedly be able to withstand this power. If he didn't, the difficulty of blocking it would be greatly increased. Now that the power of the divine thunder surged out, it was rapidly absorbed by him. At the same time, a portion of the energy overflowed, causing his body to be charred by the electricity. Of course, overall, it was still beneficial. His experience points began to rise rapidly. Every time he could obtain thousands of compressed experience points. It was really quite refreshing. Combined with experience cards and the like, the effect was undoubtedly even more astonishing. And using the voodoo wood divine set, everything was still considered balanced. The key point was that the artifact spirit was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. It had not even reacted to what was going on. Originally, it had already left this place to check the situation in other areas. Who knew that everything would be so sudden? Suddenly, the ball of light was controlled, and a steady stream of energy gushed in. Based on this situation, it would still take a period of time to completely control it. It was so frightened that it immediately returned. When it saw that Tianyun and the others were still standing there unharmed, it momentarily forgot to activate the surrounding great array. You intruders! How could you possibly return? After the artifact spirit reacted, it quickly controlled the surrounding great array, once again attracting the divine thunder to attack. If Tianyun and the others destroyed the wall and returned, it would definitely be able to react. Who knew that without any reaction, its body would be invaded by the energy? You don't need to care about this. Just obediently be controlled. Emperor Yuqian and the others laughed loudly, starting to resist with all their might. This little junior brother of theirs was really powerful. He had no abilities. He was simply omnipotent. At such a crucial moment, they were still able to turn the tables. It should be said that until the end, they did not even know if they would lose. Venerable Feng Qiu was puzzled as she resisted. Until now, she still did not understand what was going on. How did Tianyun do this? Could it be teleportation? Such a terrifying teleportation. Could it ignore the divine seal and the like and teleport in? Tianyun is too lazy to care about what they think. He is concentrating on controlling it. Seeing that it was being suppressed bit by bit, according to this situation, it indeed did not need an hour to be able to control it. Under Venerable Feng Qiu's resistance, she finally fainted, her energy exhausted. This was the result. Immediately, Emperor Yuqian and the others stepped forward, each of them erupting with their strongest power. If they could hold on until the last moment, it would be their victory. Just a little more. Tianyun's eyes flashed with a cold light, just a little more, and he would have succeeded. No! The artifact spirit roared, but the roar did not increase the power. It was still the same as before. Wang. Following that, the ball of light began to flicker, and the surrounding divine lightning instantly disappeared. Everything returned to normal without any change. If not for the surrounding charred black, it really would have been as if nothing had happened. Following that, the artifact spirit flew down, landing beside Tianyun, kneeling down and saying respectfully, "Master." Tianyun nodded and said, "Good, guard this temple for me. At the same time, trap that Emperor Huasheng. We will treat him well later." "Yes, master." The artifact spirit quickly disappeared, going to deal with Emperor Huasheng, Emperor Yuqian, and the others all slumped to the ground, their bodies already charred black, looking terrible. It's finally over. This ancient Empyrean temple has finally been conquered by us. Yes, this is the first time we have conquered an ancient Empyrean temple. We are finally not picking up other people's leftovers.